Under the same moon, we share the love, embracing the differences like hand in glove. Spreading peace and joy, it's a beautiful sight. Together we shine in each other's light. United we stand in love's pure might. Watching the world share in love and light. Peaceful flight, colors of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to Watching the World. We have Court Watch tonight, and we have it with the amazing Candace Kelley. She's a law professor, and tonight she's going to help us understand some unique cases from a very high level. Tonight we're going to be discussing Karmelo Anthony. As you know, I attended that trial. Also, we're going to discuss Luigi Mangione. I've attended his hearings for the state case and also for the federal case. And then we're going to end it with Nancy Guthrie. As you know, I went out to Arizona to cover the event of her being kidnapped from her home. So at this time, I'd like to welcome to the stage Candace Kelley. Welcome in.
Hey, good to see you, Mal. Good to see you.
Yes, indeed. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, but I figured we'd start off talking about Karmelo Anthony.
Yeah, this is something you were up close and personal to, which is why I really like being on this show and talking about it, because as we know, being in the courtroom is way different than reading about it in the news.
Yes. So looking at this case from a distance, what are some of the questions that you would have for me being in the courtroom?
Well, I guess one of the issues that everybody is grappling with now is the sentence that this young person had that is very extreme compared to other people who have been similarly situated. But I think it tells the story about the court system. I guess my main question to you, being front and center and being in that part of the United States, did it feel different being there as opposed to being in the courtroom in New York City or Minnesota? How did that actually feel? Did you feel and get a sense that, you know what, based upon what you're experiencing in the town and the people and just in the air, were you not surprised, or were you?
I wasn't surprised. In fact, I was kind of expecting it. As far as the people, I had a good time. It was nothing different than what I experienced. But as far as the authorities, just the way they handled the courthouse and the parking lot, getting in line, it was pretty stern. And even in this case, I mean, in New York, we have stern judges, but this
Yeah.
judge, he seemed like he ruled the courtroom with an iron fist.
Yeah, and this was something where the jury, they were the ones who actually decided the sentence, which, there are not a lot of jurisdictions that do this, and certainly the defendant has the option. I'm really kind of thinking about your gut instinct as to why you thought he chose the jury to give the sentence as opposed to the judge, which you and I are more used to in the jurisdictions that we cover. But there might have been some compelling reason that, again, I can't see it, but maybe you saw it.
I think each judge has their own respective uh, reputation. So I guess as a good attorney, they should know what could happen. And I guess they decided to roll the dice with the jury.
Yeah. I guess they did. I guess they did. And you're right. Attorneys often know judges. They know how they will sentence. They know whether or not they will bend the rules a little bit. They know whether or not they will have a little more empathy for someone who might be of a certain age. And what happens generally is that when you are representing someone, you get to know the judges, you get to know, how they are. Are they stern, as you said? Are they nice? Are they, very rule oriented? And maybe there's something about this judge that I didn't know that they did. And like you said, maybe that's why they took a gamble, rolled the dice on the jury, and it did not turn out well. And we know that in this system, when you're dealing with someone that is so young, and just the level of the crime and all of the things that went into it. Listen, I know that people brought race up a lot in this, and that's what they're talking about now, that this is a race thing. Anytime that you have a black man in court, it's always going to be a race thing. I'm sorry. This is just America. That is the Constitution that came before us, even with all of the amendments. That's the country that we live in. On the other hand, or shall I say, in addition to that, though, look at their age. That's another thing that I think carries a lot of weight. I teach kids this age. This is how they function. This is how they think and don't think. When they say that that frontal lobe fully develops, while you are in college or right after as a male, that is true. And I think that that is something that was a big miss on this too. There's race, but there is the age, and it's a big factor in this.
Right. What do you think as far as the appeal go? You think there's a strong shot from what you know about the case?
Well, listen, we have to realize that the media always plays into everything that goes on, whether judges like it or not. They're paying attention to what's going on. It's kind of like the Supreme Court. Are they going to listen to this case or another case or reject it? They're going to look at the algorithm, if you will, the literal cultural algorithm and the algorithm online. What are folks talking about? I am hoping that the judge will be open to a sensible, thoughtful journey into an appeal to figure out how to get less time for this kid, whose brain is not even developed. Yes, he stabbed someone. That is true. But when you look around the country, when you look at cases, when we look at how we treat young people, yes, he, was tried as an adult because of the age and the number, that threshold that he hit down there. But we know what 17 and 18-year-olds are like. That's why we don't let them drink. That's why we just give them their license, right? That's why, we don't even let them vote. They're just not developed enough. I am hoping that the judge will give Karmelo an opportunity to be heard, and to be seen in a different light. This is a lot. That's a long time. People go to jail for murder for less time, double, triple murders. I mean, so it just doesn't make any sense.
Right. Looking at the case, how long of time do you think he should have received?
Oh gosh. I mean, listen, they follow the sentencing guidelines, and that's how they got the well, actually, no, no, no. How long do I think for this case? I mean, if he got 5 years, again, this is not looking at any of the rules, any of the guidelines, any of the precedent, but someone who might be, 5 years and then probation somewhere in there and serious supervision for someone of his age. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse. There's some, analogous things going on there. And he didn't go anywhere, right? He went home. So I think that it's just it's a good way to look at the court system and understand why it just doesn't work across the board. It really depends on the money, power, and respect that you have, who you are, in America, and what state you are in, what judge you have, how much money you can afford an attorney for. Had all those factors been different, the outcome would have been different. So that's really not saying anything about the case in particular. I'm just saying that if you look at the justice system, that is how it works, regardless of the facts. You have to look at these other things that play into how the justice system plays out. And that's why we are where we're here today. We're in Texas, for God's sakes, number one, right?
Yeah.
So, and number two, look at the atmosphere that we are in, culturally speaking. So, I mean, listen, they even wanted the death. Remember, Pam Bondi? She was out front talking about the death penalty for Luigi Mangione. We just live in those times where people want to give you the max in everything. And so that's why it's a good time to look at the justice system and understand how it works and doesn't work, so that you can see where you fit in. And we're making a change. When people protest out on the streets, When people have appeals, when people go through great lengths to get on TV and talk about it and open people's eyes, it makes a big difference. And I think that the judge will be more open, hopefully, to looking at the sentence that he got.
What do you think about the fact that the remaining three black jurors, females, were moved because they were teachers, educators?
Um, you know, I think I don't I don't I don't know how that would have made a I would have, I mean, listen, well, it depends if you need a prosecution for the defense or the defense. Do you know what I mean? Number one, as a teacher, I would definitely, if I were the defense, I'd want them on. As the prosecution and that team, I see exactly why they were taken off. They're going to have more empathy and they're going to speak the same language that I'm speaking because we know how they function upstairs. Sometimes they don't. And I'm not saying that you have to give them, more uh and I'm not saying you have to give them more leeway, but at least you understand that you're not dealing with an adult. You might be dealing with adult according to the law, and he was tried as an adult, but you're not dealing with an adult. Anyone who has a 17 or 18-year-old out there, that's why they stay close to home. They're not adults. They do not make good decisions. And that was all of us. I mean, that's why they say older and wiser. So
Mhm.
I understand exactly why the prosecution would want them off. I think that the empathy would fall in to play there.
So I attended the trial. I was in the courtroom, and various kids came in, including blacks, saying, "Listen, we told Carmelo to leave," and they gave their various reasons, right?
Yeah.
So why do you think this turned into a race deal?
Well, because like I said, we're in America, and anytime that you look at through the lens of the justice system, race is always going to be an issue because of the I know that, listen, the simplest answer is that this is America. Look outside your window. Look how divisive we are. Look at the history of America. Look how we have not dealt with it. Look how we are getting rid of books in schools. Look at how we're dealing with each other on the streets. Look at how ICE is pulling people off the streets because of their race and because of their color. Race has the color line has always the problem of the color line will always be an issue, as W.E.B. Du Bois said in some way, shape, or form. So that's how we think and function, many people. And whenever you bring in anything that has to do with the law and justice and how the justice system was even created, in order to, let's go back, Juneteenth happened, right? Let's go back to Reconstruction and let's go back to all of the things that were created because we meaning America, was trying to keep those who were enslaved, the newly freed Black people off the streets. They had to create new structural systems, and we are still on the foundation of those structural systems today. So that's why race is always an issue. And people always say, but yeah, race, you just always seem to make it an issue. It wasn't an issue. It doesn't matter. That's just the lens through which we look at in America, which is why we are in the state that we are in today. It is not pretty. It is not good. There is no forward thinking as a country in terms of what the progress that was made. We might as well go back to pre-civil rights. I saw the Department of Justice is looking into a Black Male Initiative program up at SUNY, some small Black Male Initiative program. They think that shouldn't happen. So we're just living in a different time where we have to look more critically at what goes on in the court system because it's not going to turn out for a Black person. And I won't even get started about women either, right? Because I am not in the original Constitution as a Black or woman, right? We didn't own property, couldn't own land, didn't have rights inside. So all of this kind of builds upon where we are. I'm going to stop talking, but that's why race is an issue, and other things, are issues too when we get into the court system.
There's a lot of sisters here tonight. They're going to be upset if you don't touch on those topics about women, so you have to go there.
Well, listen, I will go there. I mean, you can take anybody from Native American women that have gone missing to women who are not believed in the court system. If you want to even go far as privileged Ghislaine Maxwell, that is the only woman in jail, when we have scores of men on record who were part of the system in terms of Jeffrey Epstein. But she was the one, granted, she got a lot of privileges behind bars. But why is it Jessica Lange back there? Why is it that, if you look at Sean Combs, that was really a case about domestic violence in the way that I see it. But, it wasn't really shaped in that way. Um, and the women weren't believed, right? There was no force that was used. That's why he got off of some of those particular uh, um, charges. So just across the board in terms of women, their rights, we are regarded in a different way that falls out in the court system, that has an end result in pay scale, and it has an end result in Native American tribal country lands where so many women have gone missing. But over all these decades, we haven't been able to find who did it. Where are all these Native American women? It is a crisis, but it's not something that makes the headlines. Um, and yes, they are separate tribal land, but we do work with them, but not in a way that makes sense. So all of those things, all of those things.
You think that has something to do with Kamala not winning?
Um, you know, Kamala would have made a huge difference, right? Because anytime that you have someone who's front and center in front of you, then you're going to start to look at issues that kind of make sense to talk about because of that person. It's what we do by nature as human beings. I remember, did you ever get calls during the time of George Floyd from very well-intentioned non-African American or non-people of color friends who, just poured out, I didn't know you were going through that. I don't see how not. I mean, you got to know, but we choose not to believe until we see it right in front of our face. So if Kamala Harris had won, she would have put issues right in front of our face just by being a Black woman in and of herself. There would have been there's just a natural trust, more open doors. Quick story. I don't know if you probably recall, remember when Clarence Thomas was confirmed to be a Supreme Court justice? During that time, there was a mini trial, if you will, right? Not in the formal way that we know it, but there were people, there were witnesses, so to speak, right? There was evidence that was presented, people testified, we heard from everybody. But what the takeaway when I got to work the next day was, wow, I didn't know there were so many high-powered Black attorneys. Right? They had never seen that. But those are the people who were in the circles of Anita and Justice, and the circles of their circles were all big, people who were partners and owned law firms and sat on big positions. But because we were able to see them front and center, it opened up people's eyes. Oh, there were some Black folks out there that, were in these high, it had gone unseen and unsaid up until that time. That was a huge deal at that time. And a lot of people were talking about that yes, it was the coke and it was the hair and all of that. But look at all these people who were high powered, outstanding legal minds. It was an interesting time, but that's just an analogy to show you that, when it's in front of your face, you're going to talk about it.
Some people say that Kamala didn't win because she had two negatives. She was a woman and she was Black. You think that's true?
Yes. Hello. I mean, I'm not sure what else you want me to. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you know, she 100 days. Let's just start there. And there was some, I mean, she really got on a roll, and she really made a lot of people open their minds and hearts. But she also made a lot of people show their truth about how they felt about a woman being in position and about a Black woman being in a position, which is different than a Black man. And we saw what happened with a Black man. I mean, it just turned the country upside down in terms of how people saw, this negative effect that Obama did, and people galvanized to make sure that that didn't happen again. And that's why we are where we're now with Trump, whether you like him or not. That's the result of Obama. Nobody ever would have believed that a Black man would have been president of the United States twice. And for some people, clearly, that's hard for them to swallow. They felt like their land was taken from them. Not a black man. I mean, we this isn't even legal anymore, but I mean, just think about I mean, I don't know if you were ever followed as a child growing up in the store just because you were black. Or, I've been followed where I work. What are you doing here? What I'm like, I've been working here for 20 years, but
Hmm.
I'm the one who gets questioned. Or, I mean, it's just we could have a whole race talk for people who don't understand the nuances. I would like to not have it be about race. Because when I leave tomorrow morning to go, carry out whatever I need to carry out, I'm not thinking I'm a black woman going out to the grocery store. I'm not doing that until somebody reminds me, okay, yeah, you are a black woman. I'm looking at you. That's not me. I'm generally responding to someone else who doesn't know what to do with me or just is not used to me. I mean, and sometimes I'm patient, sometimes I'm not, because you get tired of having to kind of explain yourself every single time. So,
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Getting back to, well, first off, can you tell everybody what you do, who you are?
yeah, I am Candace Kelley, and I teach media law at Rowan University. Things like the Supreme Court, the FCC, privacy, defamation is a big one. I've served as a defamation expert on several cases. And I do a lot of legal commentating, and the next case that I'll probably attack will be Luigi. September the 8th, I think, is the day.
Yes, indeed. In this particular case with Karmelo Anthony, the judge had court on Saturday. By Tuesday, Wednesday, they had him wrapped up and finished. And the next morning, his hair was cut off. He was in prison already. What do you say about that? Is that a
Yeah, well,
message?
this is something I asked you about. I was like, they went in on Saturday. Listen, sometimes a judge knows better than to make things last longer than they need to. Why make people wait with angst and emotion and hopelessness? And that's why he did it on Saturday. Very unusual, but I bet they all wanted to get out as opposed to going through the weekend and then carrying out on Monday. Um, but I mean, that's just how it happens. I mean, the why prolong it? I can definitely understand it, especially with the tensions outside. Took a lot into consideration about how to minimize some of the harm. And by harm, I mean just to the community, what they have to go through, what they have to flesh out, and to get it over quicker, it was the better for. And I do think it was the better for everyone. I don't think anybody minded. Let me just go in here on a Saturday and let's get this done with, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So listen, we cover cases together. We have a unique situation with Karmelo Anthony's case where people are getting the facts wrong about court. So before we leave, I want to show you the timeline from court. Maybe you can break it down and help people understand because for some reason there's a narrative that Carmelo was already under the tent and then the
Mhm.
twins came in. It's a very important narrative because some people are saying four people walked inside the tent and 20 they surrounded him in 20 seconds they were beating him. So at
Mhm.
least for the 15-minute video that they released, we're going to go through that before you leave. But right now I want to switch up a little bit and talk about Luigi Mangione. Could you
Sure.
could you bring us up to speed because I know that they had an angle as far as his mental, but that was changed. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, his lawyers had put in the paperwork to say that they were going to use the defense of extreme emotional defense, EED for short. But in that process, in filing that paperwork, the judge said that, all right, if this is going to be your defense, we are going to make all of the background information that you have in relationship to it available to the public. And when that happened, Luigi's attorney said, "You know what? We take that back the next day." And so they took back that defense. And then the judge immediately said, I mean, almost at the same time, well, okay, then all of the paperwork about information and whatever discovery you've done, that won't be released. Because what happens and what's happening now is that we are going to, and looking at the state level trial, the federal level trial is coming. And his attorneys I think that they got the feeling if we release this information and give this particular defense, which admits in this defense, you admit that yes, I did shoot and kill someone. But I didn't have the wherewithal to understand what was going on. There were some mitigating circumstances. And then he would have been able to only get the charge of manslaughter had that particular EED defense gone through. 5 years, big difference for life. So at the end, it would have come out a little better. But in the process, there would have been so much information that probably would have been very prejudicial on a federal level, right? Because again, with EED, with extreme emotional distress, you are admitting that you did take this person's life. Well, that's not going to go over well on the federal level. On the federal level, there is no EED defense.
Whoa.
But then all this information will be out that federal prosecutors can use. And that's what I think the main reason was. You got a jury pool that could go wild. I have never heard so much talk about jury nullification until this case. And why? Because we know what people on the streets are saying about the healthcare system, the money that the healthcare system makes, and how people
Right.
feel so strongly about Luigi and all he represents that you might get a jury to say, you know what? We don't care anything about the law, guilt, innocence, you know, innocent. We're going to just disregard everything, which they do have the right to. And
Like
so,
Diddy.
what's that?
Like Diddy.
Exactly, exactly. There was a little talk. There was a little talk about it then. Like, are we just going to get him off because this RICO charge is ridiculous, which I do think it was. But making the jury prejudicial or making the facts particularly prejudicial for the jury to hear, they did not want that. Is my best guess. Let's keep the information about Luigi as quiet as we can. I'm speaking as if I'm a defense attorney because we've got a whole jury pool that we do not want to expose this information to.
We often hear prejudicial in court. Can you break it down for the audience?
Well, yeah. I mean, if something is prejudicial, the judge will weigh, for example, the situation might be, I don't want this, let's not give this information out to the jury because it's so prejudicial to the defendant that he won't get a fair trial. That's kind of the basic understanding of, when a judge decides to let a piece of evidence in, for example. But now on this level, we're talking about whether or not the potential jury pool, that's, the folks in New York City. I don't know if that includes you who might even be called in because you live in the city, but the jury pool could be affected. And then it would be too prejudicial to Luigi Mangione to take on this defense of extreme emotional distress because it would just give too much information and it would really say on record that he actually killed somebody. Very prejudicial if you're going to federal trial because now that information is out there that he did kill somebody. So they're trying to really weigh everything. I mean, the best that they can do at this point is wait. They can still use that EED defense. They may not just want to do it now. Maybe it's too early. Maybe they let it out closer to the time. I mean, but they can still talk about chain of custody. We know about a lot of the evidence, like what made it, what didn't. The judge has decided on that. But there's still some things that they can say, hey, you know what? We could hang our hat on this as a particular defense.
So let me ask you a question. Can they use the EED for the first state trial and then come with a whole different defense for the federal?
Yeah, no, they can absolutely use it even now. It might just be on pause. They might bring it back up. That's perfectly fine. But extreme emotional defense is not available for a defense on a federal level. Insanity is, and maybe they might look at that. Insanity, though, the difference between extreme emotional defense and pleading insanity is extreme emotional defense is yes, I killed somebody or I did whatever act it was, but I really wasn't aware of what was going on. And there were some mitigating circumstances, that were going on, with my health and that caused me to do this. The insanity defense says, you know what? I just nothing. Like I don't admit to anything. I did not have the wherewithal to do this. I'm not admitting that I killed anybody, and it take me off. Like that's going to be my get out of jail card, and I will go to a mental facility. So those are the major differences. But these defenses, depending upon what state you're on, depending upon whether it's state or federal, all defenses are not created equal. They're not available in different jurisdictions. And that's what we're seeing here. State and federal level, different defenses that are available to you as a defendant.
Okay, I want to go back to Karmelo Anthony. I have some questions, and you're a law professor, so I have to take advantage of this opportunity, right?
Okay.
I saw about 12 or 13 students actually come in and testify,
Mm-hmm.
and they talked about what happened under the tent. Their stories varied completely. In fact, the prosecution says, listen, one thing you're going to notice about the witnesses, their stories don't match, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them painted the picture that Austin went over and politely touched Carmelo on the shoulder, told him to get out of the tent, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was some words exchanged before, but there were a few key kids. One, his name started with the H.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Austin hit Carmelo with a lineman's drill, where
Mm.
you kind of get up under somebody. Now, keep in
Yes.
mind, Carmelo was sitting the entire time. He never stood up, until after he was trying to run away.
Yeah.
So he remained seated. The prosecution say he had his hand in his bag or what have you. Another guy named Jay, he said he saw that Austin tried to pick up Carmelo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Carmelo has epilepsy. He's 130 pounds. He's 5'7". His mom said he has seizures all the time. In fact, in court, he's sitting there just shaking, shaking, shaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How is that? Can you help us understand self-defense? Because I think that's the issue that everybody's having because he's on metal bleachers and he's about to be picked up. Maybe somebody pick you up and drop you on your head. But can you help us navigate through this?
Well, quick question for you. Did they play up his epileptic seizures a lot
No,
in court?
no,
Yeah,
no.
and I found that very interesting. It seemed that that was the case. I wasn't sure. It would seem that that would make a lot of sense, his medical disposition if I'm his attorney. But on the other hand, so when we're talking about someone in self-defense, first of all, like you said, you've got all of these competing stories. So you really don't know what happened at all. The only thing that and the other thing about young people, and I don't think this is just young people, we remember things in a way that psychologically makes us feel comfortable. If that makes sense. So you might have someone who in their minds, especially a young person and especially with their angle, they really think that they have seen one thing, which is why you heard so many accounts of the story. The one thing that remains consistent, though, is that Carmelo Anthony had a knife in his bag, and that at the end of the day, he stabbed someone and they died. So I think that as somebody who's a part of the jury, even if I can't make sense of anything that the student said in terms of, one said this and one got in him in a lineman's drill, if that is all kind of murky, we all know for sure, everybody in the courtroom, that someone was stabbed, that Austin was stabbed and he died. Then you do have to really look at self-defense. Did this really match what was going on? I mean, the truth about it is that these aren't very good facts for Carmelo Anthony. I mean, why, right? Why did he have a knife? I mean, there's probably he has the answer to that. That might make sense for all of this. We didn't hear it though, and that's another thing about evidence, that a lot of the evidence that's a part of the trials we just never ever see. And you have a good enough attorney to keep certain evidence out. So we, even as jurors, judges, we don't hear everything. We have it's such an interesting court system in that way. But to answer your question, was this defense equal? Even if it was a lineman's drill, yes, he was 160 pounds. Why did he stab him? I mean, he only has that answer. He only has that answer, especially because of the fact. And again, I'm just talking about evidence that was presented. We don't know what happened because there's so many competing stories. You only know for sure that Austin was stabbed by Karmelo Anthony and he died. And I think that that's what the jurors were left with because the other stuff is very murky.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Carmelo went through the trial. He's found guilty. But
Mhm.
let's say during the trial, the video experts said that they didn't show what was happening or highlight what happened under the tent because
Yeah.
the prosecution did not ask for them to do it, right?
Mhm.
So, for argument's sake, let's say somehow they discover that he was actually jumped, and let's say two or three guys beat him up really badly, and that comes out down the line. Does that change anything as far as his self defense argument?
Well, sure. I mean, on appeal, the important evidence comes about, and that's very helpful to any defendant. That's always what you hope for, that there's an admission, right? That there is a video that vindicates somebody, and you enter that in on your appeal in hopes to get something overturned or actually even retried so that it can be a part of the evidentiary process. So that would not be unusual if there was that type of exculpatory evidence at all. That would be, I mean, that happens, and that's what attorneys of defendants hope happens.
So, when it comes to the proportion of force, does the fact that two, three, four people are jumping him, does that make a difference as to him using a knife?
If there were 2 or 3 or 4 people jumping him, I think that that would make a difference. 2 or 3 or 4 people, these were big guys. Well, at least I know the twins were. And he looks, even just looks like a smaller guy, and we know that. We know the weight of everybody. If there are 3 or 4 people jumping someone, then that is not the story that we've heard in any of the headlines, not like that. We haven't heard anything clear. We haven't heard anything clear. We've heard various accounts that don't match, and key people who were there, like Austin's twin brother as well as Carmelo, didn't hear anything from them. So we don't have the full story. And the stories that we do have don't match.
There are witnesses that say they actually saw a video where he was being jumped, and some say he was in a headlock and all sorts of things happening to him by at least three to four individuals, but it was not highlighted in court. So, if something like that was truly revealed, then it could make a difference.
I mean, I would imagine if something that was if that was the case, why didn't his defense attorneys bring it up? I mean, a headlock, like a full Nelson, right? Right?
Yeah.
Old school term. Isn't a full Nelson cutting off? Now you're talking about cutting off circulation. We haven't heard any of that. Now, if there was some video where we saw that clear, of course, that would make a difference. Yeah, yeah, definitely. But that's not the narrative we got. And
But
if we did get it, it it would have to again. No one is all these stories from different people. That's the problem with this case. The stories don't match up to figure out kind of the what happened and the force that was used. They just don't add up consistently enough for a jury to say anything except, all right, but you had a knife. When then why did you have a knife? I mean, I would imagine that the jury centered more on, well, why did you have the knife? Why did you use the knife? Why didn't you leave? Now that is very separate from the sentencing, which was it was overdone. I'm thinking I'm a member of the jury, and remember, it's all about the evidence. It's not about anything else that we can interpret or try to figure out from, 17 kids have told their stories that don't match. The evidence, spoke to one thing clearly, that he had a knife and used a knife instead of leaving. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm saying that based on evidence and a jury and what they got in court, well, I see how they came to that conclusion.
right. Some people say he had a knife because it's Texas, and actually, the defense says he enjoyed camping, but they didn't give us a clear indication or reason as to why he had it at school.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe he
Wait,
had
wait, wait. I'm sorry. At the track meet,
track
which is
meet.
basically an extension. I want to be careful with my words. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe he had it for different reasons. It still begs a lot of questions. It does. Again, you mentioned those teachers. As a professor myself, you want some professors or teachers on your jury for your defendant because they're going to be highly empathetic because
Right.
they know what it's like to break up a fight between two 17-year-old girls or boys, and they know what it's like to have to manage them because they're 17.
Right. Say, for instance, here in New York, let's see what your answer would be. Let's say at the bowling alley, the same thing happens and a boy gets stabbed.
Yeah.
And when the explanation is evaluated, he says, well, I'm walking through the Bronx, I'm walking through Queens, I'm walking through, Harlem, and I pass boys every night that look like they want to attack me. Wouldn't that come across as being understandable because of your environment? That's the reason why you have it, right?
Yeah, because of your environment, absolutely. Now the question becomes, was the environment so extreme at track meets that you have to carry? Now I want to know the history. Has there been violence there before? Have there been attacks on people? See, again, he's got bad facts. I'm not saying that maybe he didn't even think that in his head, that he legitimately thought, I need to protect myself. I heard some things. Again, we didn't hear from him, but
Right,
maybe he had a good reason. Um, but we'd have to get that evidence in order to make it work for him.
right. There's so much misinformation when it comes to this case. I've never seen it for any trial that I've covered before.
Yeah, misinformation and missing information. I think. I mean, what's the biggest piece of misinformation, especially since you were there and you come out on the other side? What have you heard where you've been like, what are people talking about?
So listen, there was a guy there covering the case from Court TV,
Uh huh.
and he actually stated, he said that Karmelo came in 2 minutes prior to the twins, right? So
Hmm.
he's a big anchor. I never saw him in the courtroom, but that's what he said, right?
Yeah.
But the narrative is that Carmelo came in before the twins. That's the biggest misconception, the biggest, I would say, lie about the case. And I think it's
What do you
hurting.
mean came in before the twins? Came in the tent?
Yeah, he came in the tent after about 2 minutes. That's courtroom testimony. And
Okay.
I've gone over it so many times. I'm gonna go over it with you so you can also, if somebody tells you that,
Yeah.
you can be able to shoot it down. All right. So
Okay.
at 9:54, Austin arrives in the tent along with Hunter
Mm-hmm.
and some other boys. At 9:56, Carmelo arrives at the tent.
Mm-hmm.
At 10 o'clock and 48 seconds, they begin fighting. At 10 o'clock and 53 seconds, the suspect is running. So already, that's only 5 seconds that this whole event happened. So I'm going to show everybody right now, including you,
Okay.
that Carmelo actually came into the tent after the twins. Hopefully, people that keep saying, "Oh, he came in before," hopefully they get the point. So I'm going to show it. I even offered money to people because they can't seem to figure it out. Show me, and I'll give you $500 if you could show me that Carmelo arrived first. So anyway, let's get to it. I want to show you this real quick, and
Okay.
then we'll get to Nancy Guthrie. Okay, so here we go. What do we have here? This is a long 15-minute video, and I'm going to explain it to you. We only need a few minutes, but I really need the people, especially the ones in the back, to understand and follow along. Okay. So you can see now, this is the actual track meet,
Yeah.
and you can see them starting to walk in. All right. So there's 6 boys walking together, and some of them are playing around. There's 3 in the front and 3 in the back. Okay.
And you're talking about, are they outside moving on the track there?
They're on the perimeter,
I see them.
walking around the base of the what's going to be actually the bleachers.
Mhm.
So now you see the bleachers. All
Yes.
right. So you see the little boy running. That's actually Hunter. He actually runs past Austin. You can see Austin. He's in the group of the second group of 3 guys in the back. Okay.
Mhm.
So now you see Hunter is the third guy in walking, and you're gonna actually see them walk and get into this tent. Okay.
Yeah.
Now notice the tent, and notice that the tent is wide open on the right hand side. Okay.
Mhm.
It's wide open. I really need a lot of people to pay attention that's in the audience because I get this debate all the time. I can't wait for somebody to try to dare me to be wrong on this. Okay. So, anyway, I'm going to show you. It's wide open. You're going to actually see Hunter walk, and he's going to sit right here in the gap. He'll be the first one. And then the other boys are going to fall in line under him, and Austin is going to go right by the pole. He'll be in the second group of three. So there's two groups of three walking in. When you see the first group of three, two boys are just going to keep walking by. They're not even going to go into the tent. So let's get them out the way. So you see the first three.
Yeah, I do.
Hunter is walking into the gap. This is Hunter walking up. You see this? He's walking up with white. He has on white sneakers. If you look at the exhibits, and you can see the white sneakers, he's about to sit down. Watch this. See this? Now, in this second group of three, you have Austin and two other boys. Austin's going to go and up here and sit right in the middle of the tent. And that's where he's going to come from when you see him actually attack Karmelo. Okay, so watch this. So we see where Hunter is. We're gonna do one at a time. So keep your eyes on Hunter. Do you see where Hunter went to sit down in the tent?
Well, I gotta say, your eyes are better than mine, sir. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
would, but I am following along.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. Hopefully, let's see. So you see the gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hunter is gonna go sit in the gap.
Yep.
Okay. He
Okay, go
sits
ahead.
right in the gap. He has on white sneakers.
I do see that.
Okay, and he's gonna situate himself and sit down, and you're gonna see his head. He sits down. His head's going to come down, and he's going to pick his head back up. That's Hunter. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where Hunter is sitting according to the court. Karmelo is going to come in later and sit right behind him. I'm going to show you that. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
we're going to go back now. We're going to watch it again, but this time I want you to focus on the second group of boys. Three boys walking up. They're trailing behind. Austin is in this group. And you're going to see him walk up with black on the shorts. You're going to notice he has on the shorts. And he has on some gray New Balances, but you won't be able to make it out here. But you'll see that his shoes are not as white as Hunter's, okay?
Okay.
So watch now Austin walk into the tent. You could actually see him go to the far left. He's the guy on the far left. He's walking up. See that? He's walking to the middle of the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we're just going to do this one more time, but we're going to focus on Hunter this time, all right? So Hunter's going to go sit in this gap. Okay? Watch this. He's going to go sit. This is Hunter going to sit in the gap. Okay? He sits down. You see that? He's going to drop his head, and then he picks it back. See, he dropped his head. He picks it back up. That's Hunter sitting. He dropped his head again. He sit there. Now you see in the gap, right? You see a person sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's Hunter. Okay? So this is when the twins arrived. All right? So now, 2 minutes later, and this is where I need the people in the audience to really understand and pay attention, because we get this debate every day, and I'm glad to see a few names here that are constantly saying something different. Okay? So now I'm going to show you where Karmelo, we got, according to the courtroom testimony, so this is 9:54. This is when the Austin and, the rest of the guys walk in. According to courtroom testimony at 9:56, which is 2 minutes later, Karmelo is going to arrive and sit behind Hunter. Okay? So we're going to have to wait 2 minutes to go by. And if you look across the back of the tent under the yellow, you're actually going to see Karmelo walk in about 2 minutes. He's going to sit down right behind Hunter, according to courtroom testimony. Okay?
So in this 2 minutes that we're waiting, let me ask you this.
Yes.
How badly do you think it was raining? I mean, I'm
was
just being
drizzling.
honest. Like, people are walking in that rain. I'm just saying I'm a jury member. I'm like, is it raining that badly where we need to go and set tent? I'm just being real. I mean, that's what I'm saying. These are terrible facts for these young kids. You know what I mean? I like it. It doesn't add up for Karmelo, in my opinion, in terms of evidence. I'm not saying that there wasn't a reason and that because he's in Texas, he wouldn't have had a knife. I'm just saying that this does not look like the pouring rain to me.
I'm gonna drop the link for Uda. I'm sorry, Uda on Go. You can come up. Guys, only Uda hit the link if you want to come up, brother. All right, so now we're waiting for Karmelo.
Okay.
Uda just said that Karmelo arrives at 9:56. So we're gonna watch. We're gonna see Karmelo walk in, and he's gonna sit in the tent. He's coming from the back left side. You're gonna see him walk in and sit right behind Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Karmelo is not in the tent when the twins arrive. I'm going to show you that right there. There's Karmelo walking, sitting behind them.
Okay.
You see that?
Uh-huh.
That's Karmelo that just walked in. Look in the back of the tent for those who may not have seen this before. And Uda on go. Feel free to come up and chat about it. Okay, so watch Karmelo walk in. You see that? Hold on 1 second. He's going to walk in. There he goes. That's Karmelo sitting down right now behind Hunter. When the fight starts, you're going to see that's the location where Austin goes to grab him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now let me try to pull up a different video just to show you. Let's see if I can find one real quick, a closer view, just for those who are having a hard time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I also think that this video is so grainy that I'm telling you,
Okay.
I'm a juror. I can't make out anything that I would definitively be able to take into the jury room with me and say yay or nay.
Right.
Though I follow what you are saying and I'm going to continue to watch. But, you know, evidence is beyond a reasonable doubt. You got to, and that particular video is so grainy that there's doubt. There's doubt. And I'm not saying that you can't make a narrative one way or the other, but there's doubt because it's very grainy. Now the reason, and so I saw someone's comments, and I love these comments. They said, "Well, did it have to be pouring rain for him in order to go, be under that tent?" No, not at all. I'm just saying that that is, again, being in the courtroom, watching the video and hearing it. We've gotten the narrative. It was pouring rain. He needed shelter. It didn't look like it. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm just speaking to what the evidence actually says to a jury for them to 100% beyond a reasonable doubt be able to decide one way or the next. And this case is um full of holes.
Okay. So I want to show you this here. All right. You could see Austin attack Karmelo, and then the Karmelo runs out of the back. You see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It's a 4K video, so they're enhancing it. But where I showed you that Karmelo came and sat down behind Hunter,
Mm-hmm.
now you see Austin go attack that head. You see that right there?
I do see,
So
but
it's
again,
grainy. It's
it is,
grainy, but
how do you, I don't, and this is just, again, I don't see any faces. It's hard to say who's doing what in this. That's all I'm saying. Though I am gaining more knowledge based upon, the fact that the person who ran out of the back, I bet almost 100% that was Karmelo Anthony. Like that I can say, right? Because he went out the back and there was only one person that did this. However, um, it's just you push someone, you shove them, and you drill them, and you get stabbed. The weight of self-defense does not rise to the occasion of Carmelo's favor.
I get that. And
Yeah.
that's why they found him guilty. But
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think if he had taken the stand? Do you think that would have helped? Or
I think it would have helped because he ended up with 35 years, so anything could have helped. But although he could have received 99 years. But anyway, I just want to show you this real quick, all right?
okay.
So, and just so obviously it's grainy, but you can come to a reasonable conclusion based on the video. Let me just add this back here for 1 second. I'm sorry. So here we go. I just want to show you this. Just follow the location because I think it's very important that we. So you see right now it's empty in that spot where you saw Austin just go and attack right now,
Mhm.
right? Okay. So then you see the boys walk up, and you see Hunter go sit in the spot. Okay. So you see the location as far as the M go.
Yeah, yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you obviously we can't make out anybody on the field, but we can come to a reasonable conclusion based on location. So you see his head is sitting there. That's Hunter that walked into the tent. When we blow it up, you can. It's very distinctive based on his shoes. He has on the black short set as well as his brother, but he has on the white shoes. His brother has on the gray. So you see the head sitting there.
I do, I do,
Okay.
and I appreciate this. I'm just saying, yo, this is so look, what I'm here, let me ask you this. What do you get from this video?
Well, right now I'm just simply trying to establish that Carmelo walks in 2 minutes later. That's
Oh,
it.
okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's all we're focusing on. So it's
I see what you're saying.
and I want you to be able to look at the location of where as a second point, right? To just confirm for people that are still struggling with this that Austin is going to go attack the head that's going to come in 2 minutes and sit behind Hunter.
I wouldn't
Okay.
know. I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't know that from this video. It is all a blur to me.
Okay. So you
But
so
but I am open to your what
Okay,
you are about to show me.
so I'm just gonna go through this, and it just has to be what it has to be. Everybody can interpret it the way they want to. So
Yeah.
anyway, so let me just go back again. So the entire space is empty. Okay, Hunter's gonna come in and sit down. We could blow it up and close it in. That is Hunter. But anyway, everybody can do that in their spare time. When you blow it up, you can see that Hunter is the one that's, the guy sits here and in the open space, and you can see that there's a little head right there in the middle.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there anybody else that can see this in the audience? Let's do it this way.
Yeah.
Can
And
can
and
anybody can
and did they
anybody
show this in
see
court?
what's that?
Did they show this in court?
Yes, yes. So does
I
any
can tell you the clearest thing I see is when he runs out,
yeah,
right?
but
Because
we're trying to okay, so people are seeing it. Okay, so let's just
yes.
I don't want to it's
And
okay.
zoom in on it?
I can't zoom in and on with StreamYard at this point. So,
Okay.
okay, so you guys see it. Okay, finally, I'm glad you guys are seeing it. So it's okay if you don't get what I'm saying. It's okay. I'm concerned about the people that I argue with every day about this in the chat. As long as they get it, I'm good. All right, so you guys are seeing it finally. I'm starting to see the names that are texting me constantly say they see it. Okay, so guys, you see, I'm going to show you guys again. Hunter goes and sits in the gap. Okay, check it out. So that's Hunter sitting in the gap. And right now, you can see him sit down. He has on the white shoes. He sits down. Okay, he dropped his head. His head is back up now. He dropped his head again. And now his head is sitting there in the gap. Okay. It's silly because you don't follow the channel and you don't understand this argument. So I'm going to just have the moderators just start kicking people out of here if you guys can't pay attention because I'm trying to cover a serious point, and
Mel, there's
I
someone
think we
said you
need to
make
keep
a great
moving.
detective though. Gotta don't miss
Okay.
that one.
Okay, I'm talking about the ones that are saying all of the racial stuff. So anyway, guys, so you guys see where Hunter is sitting at, right? Now, in 2 minutes, you're gonna see Carmelo walk in behind and sit behind him. Right now, in this particular area, Hunter's head is the highest point in that section. But when Carmelo walk in, because he's sitting right behind Hunter, you're gonna see his head is gonna be the peak right here in this gap. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see the cursor or not, but in 2 minutes, he's going to come in and sit right behind Hunter. Okay? We know he's guilty, so enough for that. We already found that out. Okay, so in 2 minutes, and I hate to do it again, but this is a big point of contention, and then we'll call it quits. But
Okay.
we're not getting into the fight or what happened, but I'm showing you the fight so you can see location that this person that walks in and sits behind Hunter is the
Yeah.
person that Austin goes. If you look at this, you'll see Austin goes to the same spot that I'm showing you, and he attacks Karmelo Anthony.
Hmm.
We only know here. Okay, so he just walks in. There's Karmelo Anthony walking in right now, and he sits right behind Hunter. Okay. So you could actually see him sit down. He's actually sitting down at this point. You're going to see his head settle right there. So that's Karmelo Anthony. And this is 2 minutes after. Okay, Uda on go is here. Shout out to you, Uda.
Yeah. I'm going to jump off though soon because I thought
Oh,
this was
okay.
a little shorter,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Okay.
But I
I'm
will
sorry.
say this: had he taken this stand and allowed me to see a narrative of what was going on that made him say, I need this knife on campus. There have been some threats that have been made to me, like in his own, 17-year-old
Yes.
old mind. Not that it makes sense or anything in
Right.
terms of do you bring a knife? It's not smart. But for him, that might have made sense had been well, what was he experiencing in school? What was I don't know if you heard any of that, but but then once he takes the stand, then that would have opened him up for so many things, and then it wouldn't have worked in his favor. It's difficult for someone who's the defendant to actually take the stand. It opens them up. And how are you doing, by the way? Hey, Uda.
Hey, Candace, how you feeling, Queen? How you feeling? You all right?
Good, good.
Good to
I
see
saw
you in
you
those
pop on. I said,
curlies.
what's that?
Good to see you in those Colgates.
Yes, indeed. We're not outside running around.
But I agree with you too, as well. As you know, what I mean, being able to hear it from his own mind, maybe it would have opened him up to, you know, what I mean, the prosecutors and other things that they could have brought up. But I think that's still a question in everybody's mind of why he had it in the first place. What was he feeling? What was he thinking in that moment? It's something that everybody's still thinking about. So I agree
Yeah,
with you.
yeah. Was it true and presented in court, Mel, that the twins who was suspended? I kept hearing about a lot of some parties who were suspended.
It was
What's the truth?
only Austin of the group was suspended.
Okay. So then what was he doing there?
Well, the day of, the coach Starr had sent him a text message. You could see the exhibits online. And he basically told him, listen, I need you to be a leader. So the last question that the defense attorney asked him on cross-examination, he was like, so basically you kicked him off the team, kind of like a father that, punishes his son because he loves him. He wants him to do better. And the guy says, yeah. And that was basically the end of the story
Okay.
for the coach.
And was he suspended because he was attacking people?
He
Like
he wasn't basically they wasn't living up to their roles. And also I don't think they were being sent to the district because they were just being boys and not being focused. And and the coach said he had enough.
Yeah.
so he was just suspended from the team, not suspended from school.
The team, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that can be
I think he
great.
sent 2 other kids to the district or something instead of them, right?
Yep. 2 other kids, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to hear, and I'm sure his parents will give the backstory. But putting someone on the stand is very, very dangerous, especially for someone who's 17 to handle a cross examination from a powerful attorney. I don't know how that would have turned out, but the bottom line is that we just don't have all the information.
It's true.
Right. Very limited, very limited. But I
Yeah.
tell you, you answered a lot of questions tonight. It's so amazing.
Well, I thank you. Uda, it was good seeing you.
Always a blessing to see you, Queen. Always a blessing to
Yes,
see you.
yes. I know you have more to say. I am Mel, I'll see you next week.
All right, thank you. I'll be in
Bless
touch
you,
with you.
Candace.
Thank you.
Take care.
All
Take
right.
care.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody, give it up for Candace Kelley Law Professor. It's nice to have her on the show. So amazing. So,
Great mind, great mind. Shout out to Candace Kelley.
yeah, I don't know how much you saw so far,
I've
Uda.
been watching. So I was seeing that. Seeing Hunter. You know, it was good to see
And,
this walkthrough because I
and
knew that they arrived 2 minutes above each other, and Austin brothers came a couple of minutes before he did, and about 5 minutes or 4 minutes or so, the whole thing popped off, and then
okay,
about 5 minutes after that, the police arrives. 10:07, they're working on him. 10:12. They put up the tarp. So, I've been following along through a lot of the timeline. So, yeah, I agree with you.
okay. So you're not. I just wanted to make sure because a lot of people there they have it backwards, so they're so
Yeah.
confused when it comes to this, right?
Yeah. But remember that the legacy media, the guy that was there that was covering it, I think that was one of the blunders of him getting it mistaken as well when he was covering it live at the scene. He mixed that up as well and said that Karmelo arrived first and then Austin as well. So besides TikTok, he also messed it up from legacy media as well. So yeah.
Right. So I had filed a complaint with Court TV to get them to, straighten this out. So they're actually investigating. So I'm going to give you an update when it's final.
Cool.
Anyway,
I
And I'm
must say
supposed to be
that
getting
I
my hands
did
on the
speak
transcripts too as well.
to Nick at night, and she says that according to her notes, based on the testimony, she says all I have is my notes. They said over and over again at the trial, Karmelo was there first. I wrote that down many times. So
Okay.
even
So
Nick
Neek says that.
Yeah,
Neek
she
says
said-
that.
Yes, I have it. I can show you what she said. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Hold on. So Neek said that Carmelo was there first.
Yes.
Are you sure you have that right?
Hold up.
Yeah,
I'm calling Neek right now.
I can show
I'm
it.
calling Neek right now.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. What did you say?
I can show you I mean, she's saying that okay, she's gonna do another live, but the testimony was that Carmelo was there first. And then she says, all I have is my notes that said over and over again at the trial that Carmelo was there first. And she wrote that down many times. That is her stance on the whole thing. She said that it was that Carmelo was there first.
Okay, so check this out. Hold on. You said Neek at night, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let me
You
deal
can think
with it.
what you
Hold on.
want. Was it appropriate?
All right, everybody, you heard what she just said, right? Good thing I have receipts. So this is Neek at night, what she says on her show. So I want you to add this to the equation, DJ. All right.
Was set to begin. Austin was there with his brother, along with the other Centennial school for the track meet. Carmelo. Oh no.
I just
he
got
was there with his
me.
brother, and then Carmelo
Hold
was
on.
along with Centennial at the school for the track meet.
Go ahead, because I have her words here. That's gonna
Let's
say
get her words here because I just spoke to her. Maybe she's getting the notes. Maybe she got to look back at the notes. I just called her on the phone. She says that Carmelo arrived first and then the Austin brothers arrived. But I thought from this video, I think so. Play this audio. Play this
Okay,
video right here because this is fresh in her mind.
So
Play
this is actually Neek at night, and this is what she says the day of court. Okay, so check it out.
The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses, some were on the field, some with their teams in the tents. 6 minutes in the murder, Austin and his brother, 6 minutes before the murder, Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Carmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent.
Okay, all right, Genesis.
So that makes sense from the visual, from what we're seeing.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, I just called her. So maybe she's getting that
hold on.
twisted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
Okay,
so she said that to you as well.
Hold on. These are her words from.
That's fresh in her mind at the trial this time, though. This right here, what we watching, is fresh in her mind at this time. Fresh on the notes. She's revising the notes. So maybe she got to look back at the notes. I don't know. But when I called her just now, she said what you said. This is a fact. But when we hear it here from fresh being in her mind, she said that the Austin brothers did arrive first, and that's one of the things that stuck out in my mind. So even when I heard the legacy media guy say the other thing, I said, well, the legacy media guy got it wrong because I was following it through Neek's lens. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay, so let's go through it again. And this is what she said from her notes the night of court. Okay, this is closest to the event. You can see she's actually reading her notes. Check it out.
The other Centennial school for the track meet, Karmelo. Oh no, he was there with his brother, and then Karmelo was along with Centennial at the school for the track meet. The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses, some were on the field, some with their teams in the tents. 6 minutes and the murder, Austin and his brother, 6 minutes before the murder, Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Karmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent. You will see more normal activity.
All right, Uda, go ahead and break it down because this is very important.
But judging from how you breaking down the video, because I can see Hunter, I see what Austin was wearing because I have the entryway video because I have all of the evidence that the judge released. You know that Austin has on the shorts pants with the New Balance, and he does have on that black shirt. So you can see. So as soon as you started to point out who's who, it kind of came more clear to me as who's entering the tent. So it becomes more clear to me. You saying Austin from what you're seeing. You said Austin sat down. I can see that Austin's a part of the second group, the second set of guys. I can see that because Austin walked in with a guy named, I forgot his name, it starts with a C. He walked in with him. I forget his name. I don't want to say, they're young kids anyway, even if I remembered his name. He walked in with him, and you can see that he is the one with the short set in the back right there. You know what I'm saying? You can't really see the sneakers. I know that he had on New Balance because in the photographs that the judge released, his shoe was still left at the scene right there by the track, by the bleachers. His sneaker was there, and he had on a pair of dark, black or brown, black and gray New Balances as well. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Uda. Let's break it down again. And we have Nika at Night Words. I don't need her. I mean, I appreciate her.
I sent it to you in the back chat so you can read it. But
no, I don't need. I have her words. I have her words right there.
Her mind during the trial. She's reading the note,
for?
And it's fresh in her mind at this time. So you know what I mean. Maybe she can look back at the notes again. But based on it being fresh in her mind and her, you know what I'm saying. So which one is wrong? Is it wrong when she gave the test, but she spoke about it on the live, or is it wrong now? Because one of them are wrong, right? So, but when I've covered trials and when everything's fresh in your mind, you got your notes, how you jot in it, it's like more fresh in your brain at that time. You know what I mean? Especially when you're reading and revising your notes. So I'd be more inclined to lean to the first thing of when it's more fresh in her mind and when she's reading the notes and going through the notes. I would think of that more. I don't know. Maybe she's wrong or right. I don't know which one is wrong or right, but I'd be more inclined to lean to her first thought on the situation. Me personally.
I agree, Uda.
Yeah, me personally.
Okay. So anyway, Uda, you want to talk about the video while I pull up? I want to pull up Megan Kelley again. I don't know what I did with the video. Let me pull her up. I want to show what she says as well.
Yeah, she's been going off. She's been going off. Yeah. But I can't see what you're saying. Yeah, I can't see what you're saying.
You want to explain that Hunter's walking in?
Yeah, he's the one that steps in with the white sneakers. He's about to go and sit down right now. That's him. He steps over something. He's gonna sit down. You see him put his head down. You see him lift his head back up. You see the second group of guys go inside. You see he's sitting down. He's situating himself. The second group of guys get into the tent as well. They're situating themselves in the tent as well. At that moment, I don't think that Karmelo would have been there because it would have been up from right there. It was already smoke. It was already up. So I think in real life, I've been through real life situations in real life. And if we seen all of that energy going up and they didn't want him there, it would have been on go from right there. And it's
Word
not
up.
on go right there. It's more relaxed and they still chilling. So it would make more sense for Karmelo to come in after that and come disturb their energy for them to be like, yo, what you here for? You air hustling, you listening. We don't want you in a tent, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They say each tent serves as a locker room. People got stuff here. Nobody want nobody from another tent in here. It would seem that happened after that. You know what I mean? Because right now it's pretty calm and we don't see that altercation that we see happening. So I would be more inclined to think that he's not there yet, just based on how everything is going right now, and everything seems more tranquil, and it don't seem like it's a heightened energy yet. You know what I mean?
But you know what, Uda? Do you know he sat there for some time before it got hype?
Who's that?
That Karmelo sat there for a little bit of time before it even got hype. He was actually sitting there. If you play the whole thing, it didn't just immediately get hype. He sat there for a minute and then it got hype. You know, that's what's interesting about this whole thing.
But
Is that okay? They get into
but court testimony says, regardless of whoever sat there first or second, court testimonies is basically saying that they arrived within 2 minutes of each other, within like 5 minutes, 4 minutes. They could say like 10 a.m. So that's 9:54, 9:56, regardless of who you say comes first. Then about 10, it's already going up now. So Austin's already about to be poked around 10. So like 4 to 5 minutes is up in smoke. About 5 minutes after that, you see that the paramedics and those people arrive, right? Because if you watch the entryway video, you see that when they're exiting Karmelo out, the police are bringing Karmelo out to the entry. You see the paramedics walking past Karmelo into the field around that time. So you could probably equate that that's around that 5 minutes. Around 10:07, it takes them about a couple of minutes to get to him and situate. By 10:07, they're working on Austin, right? And by 10:12, they're putting up the tarp over the weapon. That's when the officer said that he put up a blue tarp to preserve the evidence. He grabbed the book bag and threw it on top just because the wind was blowing. Come to find out that that was Karmelo's book bag that he ended up putting there. He just grabbed a random book bag, but it was Karmelo's book bag that he ended up putting on the tent to hold it down from the wind. You know what I'm saying? So there's baseball.
Uda, hold on. Uda, he's about to walk in now. So can you copy that? There he is right there.
Yeah, we can see a figure going and sit there now. So maybe that's when he entered to talk to Eddie or whatever the case may be.
right. And see, look how long it takes before anything goes down.
That's why I don't think he was there yet. That's why I don't think he was there yet.
That's another 4 minutes, so that's a whole different thing. But right now, we just saw Karmelo walk in and sit behind. I'm going to show you guys this video from Megan Kelley, right, to give you a better idea because it breaks it down.
Is it more zoomed in?
It's more zoomed in, yes.
It's going to get blurry as we zoom it more. You know, it's going to get more grainy, regardless of who's saying that. Unless we run it through an AI app or something.
All right, so here we go. This is from Megan Kelley.
In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down.
So she got it.
It's a lie.
She got it.
He is fleeing. And the reason he did a lie is because fleeing a scene, a criminal scene.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah, and she's not on Karmelo's side at all. So she's saying that, you know what I mean? You want to take her words with a grain of salt. Seems like she understands what's going on.
Okay, here we go.
Is admissible in court as consciousness of guilt. And that's exactly what was argued. Because we can all see that's what it is with our own damn eyes. We're about to show you 3 critical up-close videos of what happened under the tent. These were enhanced by Robbie Harvey, a true crime social media journalist on X. In this close...
All right, so you could see where Hunter is sitting. You can see
there.
Right, you can see the peak of his head where I showed you guys he sat at.
Yeah, when he filled the gap in. Yeah, I can see that.
It's right here where the gap, right? Now check this out.
It's a video at the top of the tent. You see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred.
Okay, so she got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that's clear. Can you see that, DJ? You see that better? Is zoomed in for you?
Yeah. He walks in.
Are you with me now or no?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so this is very clear. Is there anybody else? You could come up now and state your claim for the people that want to discuss this further because this is a continued debate. I don't know what we could go over to make it even clearer for you, but Megan got it. Here we go again.
Eyes. We're about to show you 3 critical up-close videos of what happened under the tent. These were enhanced by Robbie Harvey, a true crime social media journalist on X. In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred.
Okay, so I think that makes it really clear.
Yeah. That makes it really clear.
Now I'm going to show you that Austin goes and attack that same point, that same head that sat down behind Hunter. Okay, so here we go. Let's check that out close up. So right about now, he goes and he attacks that head. Look at this. You see Carmelo's head, right? He has the highest peak right there.
Yeah.
There's no other peak. Hunter is sitting right below him. And notice where Austin goes and attack. Right there where Karmelo sat down.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. And then he runs out the back from that same location.
Yeah. And then someone runs to the garbage and look like they throw something, which is crazy.
See, watch this. Once Karmelo runs out the back of the tent. Now, watch this. After he's pushed, he runs out the back of the tent. You're gonna see his head. Now you see Hunter standing in that spot, and you're gonna see Hunter run out the back of the tent. Look at that right there. Boom.
Yes. As he went to chase him, but then went back for his brother.
That's courtroom testimony.
Yeah.
That's courtroom testimony. I don't know what's the issue here, but tonight's the night for it. So you can come up and state your claim.
Yeah.
Genesis, you have anything else you want to say?
Wait, could you play it again? I was looking at the could you go back a little bit? Like go back to where he sat down at.
Oh, that's on Megyn Kelly video.
Oh, okay. And tonight I just want to stay with the argument about who got there first, because it seems to be like a really tough point to absorb. So anyway, let me add this here. Let me remove it. There we go. So here's Megyn Kelly.
In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred. Karmelo runs for another team. Again, there was no reason for him to be inside that.
Okay, so he sits down right behind Hunter.
And so he's at the right side of like this kind of blob thing, like right there. He's on the right side of it.
Okay, so right now on the screen, do you see it's almost like a W? Do you see the gap, and then you see a little head in that gap?
Yes.
That's where Hunter is sitting. That's Hunter's head. Karmelo comes in and he sits right behind him. That's courtroom testimony.
Yeah, he's behind them.
Okay. So let's watch it again when Megyn explains it. This is just a third party. Nick at Night explained it too.
On X. In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred.
Okay, so he sat down right behind him. And then when we go to this video here, you see Austin go and attack that same head right here. You see that?
Yeah.
And then when he gets up, you see Hunter standing there looking up at Karmelo. According to courtroom testimony, he starts to run behind him. He hears his brother scream. He runs back in the tent. You see it all right here. Look, he runs out. He hooks around and come back to get his brother who's falling down the tent.
Yeah.
And who is this right here by the garbage can, though? Is
that's the next friend? I forget his name. It starts with a C. He ended up running to the garbage can. His friend runs to the garbage. I don't know does he disperse of something? Does he throw something in the garbage? But he runs to the garbage, pushes it, and runs back. His friend. Okay. One of the kids that walked in with Austin.
See, people were saying that was Austin Metcalf that did that.
No.
See?
No, that's
the type
not
of
Austin.
Like lies that's going on.
That's his friend. That's his friend that's with him. I'll tell you his name too. I'll tell you if you want to know. I'll tell you his name right now.
The Eddie guy?
Who the-
That's Eddie?
No, that's not Eddie. I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
It's another guy. Okay.
Chris. Chris.
Yeah, something with a C. That's his name. I think Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
All right, so Chris goes to the garbage can, but over here, okay.
So, as far as who arrived in the tent first, you could clearly see in this video. Now
No,
you may have
I think
another
his name is
video.
Carson. His name is Carson.
Carson, okay. There was
Carson Young.
there was a Carson that started with a C. Yep, there's another one.
Yep. His name is Carson. He walked in with him. They're all friends. Like I seen the pictures of all of them together. So I was seeing pictures of them all together, him and the brothers. They was friends, chilling, hanging out, and all of that. So that they saying that was Carson that ran to the garbage and ran away as well. So they had this post that I was watching too. They say, Carson, is that you, brother? What you doing, Carson? They got the whole post with him. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, I have his testimony. So, do we need to press this any further? Are there any people that are still need to see this again? How are we looking right now?
I think for the people in the back, I think you should do it again because people are saying this is doctored, but this is the actual video that the jury saw, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I would believe so.
This is what they saw to make.
This is what the judge released. This was in the evidence that the judge released. The judge released this photo, the northeast photos of the field, the entryway where everybody walking in out to the field, the 2 body cams from Cortez and Richie or something like that, and photos from the prosecutors and photos from the defense. So that's basically all the evidence.
So you see the guys walk from what 200 meters. You see one guy break apart. You see them continue on. You see Austin Metcalf's brother sit down. You see Austin come this way, and then boom, about a few minutes later, you see Karmelo. And then after some time, you see a melee. It wasn't like immediately.
No, they say it was like maybe 4 minutes or so. Within 4 minutes or so, a couple of minutes after they arrived together, all of them are in the tent. That's when it ends up going. So it's conversation going on. Yo, yo, get up out of here. It's conversation happening at first. You know what I mean? So it's not just an immediate. It's conversation back and forth. Some people saying, yo, he called him a B, you a P, this and that. Yo, move me then P, or da-da-da-da-da. Yo, I got this, or whatever. Come find out. So there's other things is being said. So that's why it's taking a couple of minutes there for it to actually get to the height of where it went. So they saying around 10 a.m., it explodes and accelerates to the next level that it accelerated to.
All right. So can you play from when they're walking to the tent? Sit down.
I want to go back to Neek at Night first so she can explain it. We're going to go through it again because there's some people that can't seem to get it. So let's get back to it. And we're not here to this is not a discussion about whether the video is fake or not. That's a whole different discussion. We're talking about this video, and we're comparing what time the twins arrived versus when Karmelo arrived. And you can clearly see that Karmelo arrived 2 minutes later, just like they said in court with courtroom testimony. And here's Neek at Night reading her notes the evening of the first court date.
School for the track meet. Karmelo. Oh no. He was there with his brother, and then Karmelo was along with Centennial at the school for the track meet. The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses. Some were on the field. Some with their teams in the tents. 6 minutes in the murder. Austin and his brother. 6 minutes before the murder. Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Karmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent. You will see more normal activity in the tent.
All right. So 2 minutes after the twins arrive, that's when Karmelo arrived. That's the same thing that we've shown you on the video. Same thing that Megan showed on the blowed up video. I'm not sure what else you guys need. but if you want to come up and discuss it, feel free to do so.
Makes
Genesis,
sense.
what video did you want me to show?
Oh no, I just wanted to show like people when they walked over to it, when they sat down, how
Okay,
they were positioned.
so
Yeah.
so I'm gonna walk through all of this again. All right, I'm here for it all night. So you can see the gap, okay? And I want to make sure we get in the comments because there's some people that I'm doing this show for because they were having a hard time. Now, for all the people who are here to talk race and that he's guilty, this is not for you. If you can't get yourself together, then you can exit. Tonight is about a simple fact that we're trying to get through because there's a false narrative that the twins arrived after Karmelo. I'm just simply telling you that in court, it was 2 minutes after that Karmelo arrived. Okay. And in the video, you see that down to a science. So tonight is the night for it. If you have an issue with it, let's talk about it. Show me where Karmelo is right now. You guys heard a narrative that was going around online saying 4 guys walked up to the tent. They encircled Karmelo and they started to beat him in 20 seconds. You could already see Karmelo is not in this tent.
Yeah.
Your whole story has fallen apart already. And that's the reason why people don't want to accept it, because the whole house of cards is falling down. Go ahead, Udo. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that wouldn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Just let this logically, not just us using our own brains. Forget what we thinking about. Because they didn't want Karmelo in that tent, period, bro.
I'm sorry,
So
Udo.
by the time they walked up in there, it would have been going down from right now. It had just been going up if they came there. If you come to your tent and you see somebody from an opposing team ain't supposed to be there, and you already know, you're gonna be telling them from the rip, like, yo, bro, get up out of here, man. Pack it up, bro. Get up out of here. I don't care if it's raining, so you got to go, son. You feel me? What you doing here? His coaches, Carmelo's coaches, forgot to bring their tent. Actually, they didn't bring their tents because they said they didn't have enough manpower to put them together. That's their own fault and their negligence. But I'm just saying, it would have been going up from right then. Just us using our logical brains. You know what I'm saying? It would make more sense for Karmelo to come after they situated, they chilling, that he come strolling in by them. They're like, yo, what you doing here, bro? Yo, son, you got to go. And other people tell him like, yo, bro, just leave, bro. Yo, you got to go. I ain't going nowhere. And it seems to make more sense that way. It just makes more sense for the situation to go up from there. Us just losing our logical minds. By the time them kids walked in that tent, it would have been up and it would have been up and stuck with Karmelo from the very beginning.
It would have been on go. That's what it would have happened.
It would have been on go from the very beginning. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Because they didn't want nobody from an opposing team in a 10, regardless of what the hell Eddie was talking about or what he was not talking about. It seems that the Austin brothers and everybody else was like, yo, bro, you guys to go. So
I would also like point out this is that he sat there for a second before they actually really was able to it turned into an issue.
We're going to go through that next. We're going to go through the whole 4 minutes that he sat under the tent waiting for the fight to happen, which is consistent with court when they were going back and forth calling each other names. So we're going to get to that next. But I'm trying to help the people that text me every day or put in the comments, oh, it didn't happen. Now it's your night. You can come up. You can talk to me. Anybody can come and make and state their claim. Tonight's your night. Okay, so I'll be waiting. You're going to see Hunter walk in and sit under the tent. If you're having trouble seeing it, I'm pretty sure you could blow it up. If you have a cell phone, all you have to do is enlarge it. Okay, you see Hunter go and sit in the gap. There's nobody sitting behind him. Do you see that?
Steps over someone or steps over something, whether the bleacher or a foot, you can see him even do that before he sits down. You can see that there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now you're going to see, we're going to wait a whole 2 minutes and Karmelo is going to come and sit behind Hunter in the tent. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got to wait. We're going to go through this again. We're going to wait.
That's 39. Yeah. Let's wait the 2 minutes. Let's time it because it will make sense from court testimony if we time it all.
Uda, I'm going to let you run this one, please, if you don't mind it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain it? Thanks. I'm going to look for something else I have. Thanks.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the 2 minutes because it seems pretty cool. Still seems like they just there chilling. You know what I mean? We could understand that Hunter's that head that's in that gap that's sitting down right there, that's moving around that little small pin of a head. And we could only guesstimate that Austin's on the right side of him because that's where Austin's position was when the altercation happened. So it'll only make more sense that he was on the right side of his brother.
Hold on 1 second. Sonny, I can't help you. If you can't come to a reasonable conclusion, there's nothing. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. When you go and you take in facts from a case, you can't make up your own timeline and make up your own facts to try to fit a narrative. I think it's reasonable that the three of us sitting here, we can see it. Other people in the audience can see it. I don't know what the missing point is for you, and I get you might be frustrated, but we also have Nika at night. We also have Megan, who has her own thing going on, all pointing to the same unique facts. Now, whether you want to say this is a fake video and you don't believe it, that's a whole different story. We're not here for anything else. I'm here tonight for who was in the tent first, and I've shown you clearly. Now, if you can come up here and demonstrate something differently, then come on and demonstrate it. You can have the floor. All right. So we're still waiting for him to arrive.
What time is it? 41. So he should be arriving around now.
And this is Karmelo, by the way, guys.
Yeah, or whoever you believe it is. It should be arriving now. But why would one person be arriving and not the brothers arriving? You know what I'm saying? It's a single person, a single shadows figure comes behind them and sits down. Why would that be the brother or anybody else by themselves? You know what I mean?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, man. ADHD. We get the point. He was found guilty. But if you keep saying the same stuff, you're going to be out of here. All right. This is not the night to come in here trolling, or you're going to be out of here. As simple as that. All right. Yeah. We're here trying to make a clarification for people that want to know what happened in accordance to the video you have in front of you and also courtroom testimony. I showed you what Nika Knight said and also what Megan has said. So let's see if we can come to some sort of conclusion. I know everybody's not going to get it, but let's just check this out. Go ahead, Rudo. I'm sorry.
I'm not here just to put a narrative or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of the fact, is RIP to Austin, and I feel bad for Karmelo in some ways too. You know what I mean? Because he's about to go through a rough time being in that place, regardless of what. But no, it would just make more sense. It would just make more sense how it's going on, especially if we also know what Austin's wearing and we know what the brother's wearing, clothing wise, so that we could kind of gauge from our own mind who's who. I don't know how Carson.
He's right there. He's right there.
You know what I'm saying? Because especially if you play the entryway video, because I'll pull up the entryway video if you haven't seen that, when Austin's walking in with Carson. Him and Carson is the ones that walk in. He's walking with Carson. So him and the figure in the back is two people walking behind the first three people, right? That's him and Carson. We watched them walk in together from the entryway, from the entry video. So that would make sense. And you could see that figure there, that it wouldn't look like more like Austin to me. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to say the video is doctored, you know what I mean? I even did a video saying that I think that, I don't know. I mean, maybe the video is doctored. I don't know. But I just think that by the time they got there, I just don't think that Karmelo was there, because I believe that it would have been up and going from there, because nobody want him there. You see what I'm saying? Except for Eddie, allegedly, but nobody want him there. You know what I'm saying? Who else really knows him? Even Hunter was like, I don't know him.
Eddie didn't want him there apparently either.
Obviously too. But Hunter was like, I don't even know him. Hunter said he didn't even know him. You know what I'm saying? So they don't know him like that. Whether they seen him before, that's something else, but they don't know him like that. Obviously, I guess so. I don't know if there was another situation. We never heard from Karmelo to say that he knew them or they knew him or they seen each other other meets. I don't know about that because that wasn't testified to. But it would seem to make more sense that they got there and he came there and disturbed their little vibe when they was like, yo, what you doing here, bro? No, you got to pack it up. You got to go, bro. Because that's what would make more sense. Not to say that they're just being aggressors or whatever. They got their own team tent and they don't want them there. Period. You know what I'm saying? So it would just make more sense that way. You know what I mean? For me, just being in situations, me being through situations my own self, just looking at life, I would think that that would make more sense. You know what I mean? If y'all disagree with me, then y'all can say y'all disagree. You know what I mean? I'm open to which I think, but
Do you think that the whole narrative of him being there first takes away from the narrative of bullying? Or do you think that he could still be bullied even though he's there first, he's there second or whatever? What difference do you think?
But it don't matter if you want to keep
No.
that line. It doesn't matter. Either way, it could happen. A person can be bullied, whether you came first or last. It doesn't matter. Bullying happens all over the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All the time. So that I wouldn't think that would be a factor.
The difference in the matter is, in order to put the narrative out that 4 guys walked up to the tent in 20 seconds and beat him, he has to be in the tent. So when we show you that he wasn't in the tent, that kills your whole fantasy about it. When there's other ways to getting your point across without having to make up a story. So the bottom line, when we show you the court, what's being presented, we show you on camera, and then it's a fake video now. Oh, it's this and that. Okay, I get it. We can discuss that. Maybe it is fake, but right now I'm just simply showing you, and people refuse to see something that's so simple, that there's a individual walking behind that sits behind Hunter in the video. You say that that's Austin that hit him, but you won't accept the fact that the person that Austin is hitting is the same person that sits in 2 minutes after Hunter got there.
Yeah, it makes more sense. And then we do see the first initial energy comes from the right side of Hunter. That first push comes from the right side of Hunter, and then you see a push back this way, like something goes back towards from the left to the right. So it would make more sense that Austin's on the right side of Hunter there. Karmelo sits behind them, because the first initial thing we see that happen is something that goes this way. So we can only gauge that that's Hunter either pushing him, whether he's grabbing him, whether he's putting him in a football move, whatever he's doing. It would make sense that he's making that first initial physical contact. And then the second contact happens. You see another contact happens from right to left. And then we see that figure on the right falling down or going low, or some people zoom and say it's breaking apart, whatever the hell. But we see that figure moving. Figure moves back or moves down. So it would make more sense for that to have been Karmelo, and he is the one who have sat behind them or close to Hunter, for him to react from right to left. It would make sense. Just judging by this video, whether we think it's altered or not, this is the video also because I got it from the Collin County Court. That's a part of the evidence that the judge did release. And like I said, they have released a couple of angles of this footage. They got the straightaway, it got like a northeast and maybe like I think a southeast angle, which you can't see too much on that one. And then they have the entryway video, the 2 body cams from the 2 police officers, the Cortez who first made contact with Karmelo, and then the other officer, Richie, who comes when Carmelo's being arrested and he's sitting down on the ground. And then that's when you can hear from the other, because you can't hear him say, "I'm not alleged, I'm the one." You can't hear it on Cortez's body footage. You don't hear it clearly. He says something and Cortez said, "All right, whatever." He says something, but you can't really hear it. But when the other officer walks in clear, you hear him say, "I'm not alleged, I'm the one. I know how this goes." You hear it from the other officer's body cam, because this officer walks up. And then they have the photographs from the prosecutors, and then just the defense photographs. And that's all that the judge released. So whether we believe it's right or wrong, that's what the judge has released. You know what I mean? And that's really what we all have to go off of, whether we think it's tampered, tapped, or whatever we think. That's really all we have to go off of. You know what I mean? So that's the stuff I got from the Collin County Court. So I don't know.
Okay, Uda, so now Karmelo is walking in. If you want to break it down.
Yeah. So Karmelo doesn't come in yet, right? They look like they still chilling.
He's about to come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They look pretty calm. Okay. We see a figure go in behind them right there. Somebody just came in and sat down. Right? I think so. See someone. Yep. Someone just sat down behind them somewhere.
Sat behind Hunter.
Sat behind Hunter in that crowd. Because I got 20/20 vision though. So my vision is really good. So I can see 2 peaks and it's a gap between it, right? So that's Hunter sitting. It'll be Hunter here, and then somebody next to Hunter. We could say probably it's Austin, but remember, there's a group of people. It could be somebody next to him too. You know what I'm saying? There's a gap there.
You see him sitting down next to the guy on the left. Yeah.
That's him right there, sits down right there. He actually fills that blur. He actually makes it more of a dark spot in the middle of there. That was more clear. Oh, see, he moves over a little bit more, seems like.
You can see his backpack. You can see the impression of a backpack. He sits right behind Hunter.
Yeah,
Now
he sits there.
let me go to Megan.
Yeah, he sits there. That would make more sense to me. Just realistically, though.
Here's Megan to break it down.
Cool.
Bobby Harvey, a true crime social media journalist on X. In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred.
And you can see Hunter's head right here. But remember, there was a gap, right?
Yeah.
Hunter came and filled the gap. He's sitting there. And then you see Karmelo walk up and sit behind him. This is exactly what she's saying, what was in court.
Karmelo runs for another team. Again.
See that? He sits right behind him, okay? So
Karmelo's not blocked from this right side. So whether they say he's surrounded all around the board, no, you got people probably on the left and the right of you, which is Austin and probably Hunter and some other teammates on the left and the right. But that backside is open. That's how he's able to get up out that tent like that. So he's not all the way surrounded 360. This is just facts, bro. We could just look at this from right there. He's not surrounded 360.
And isn't Eddie on the right hand side or the left hand side of him?
He's close to him. He's probably behind Hunter, probably next to Hunter, or behind him, probably. You know what I'm saying?
Eddie is the other head that's to the left of where Karmelo just sat down. So now you see two lumps there.
Yeah.
The one on the right is
like
the one
if
on the
you're
right.
looking at
Hold on, let me get it out. Okay, just let me finish. The one on the right is Karmelo. The one on the left, the top peak, is Eddie. Okay. Hunter,
I'm asking is left, because we're watching it from online, right? So therefore, is left like in the middle? Is Eddie in the middle of the tent or on the outside of the tent?
He's sitting right beside. He's sitting right beside Karmelo, right under the right side of the M. You see two lumps there, right?
Okay, so he's on the left. So he's on the left side, and then what? So Austin's on the right side.
Austin is over by the pole. He's in the whole blob. He's gonna come. You're gonna see where he's gonna come from when he does the fighting. Okay,
so he's on the right side. Okay.
So Hunter is sitting. You can't see Hunter right now because he's sitting in front of Karmelo. When Karmelo run out of the back, I'll show you when he runs out of the back of the tent, then you're gonna see Hunter stand up. Let me show you.
Yeah. Go back.
Right there, he pushes him. Boom. See, now you see Hunter standing there by himself, and then he's gonna run out the back of the tent behind Karmelo. Look right there. Boom. Then he comes back. He comes back to get his brother that's falling because he
step over.
According to court, he heard his brother call or shout, so that's when he turned immediately back. He stopped chasing behind Karmelo. So it matches.
He stabbed me or something like that.
When he heard that, he stopped running behind Karmelo. We see it happen here.
Yeah.
So when you look at where Austin is actually approaching the guy, it's the same guy that sits down behind Hunter, which is Karmelo. See that right there? Boom. When he gets up, now you see Hunter because Hunter was sitting in front of him. Hunter runs around and come back down. It's really simple.
I see the person run around and come back down. I do see that. Yeah.
So the problem is, though, people got
our left from the right side. Our left. Yeah. The person comes from the right side, which would be right there. He comes from the right side, which is our left. Right of him, our left. And you see the first push that way, and then you see something goes back this way. So we could gauge where Karmelo is in the tent because he's the energy that pushed back from right to left. See what I'm saying?
Right. So that's why it's important to know, like, okay, if you're watching it, you're looking at it from a mirror image of what's going on. So you're looking at like Austin on the right hand side, Karmelo in the middle, and then Eddie on the inside, right?
No, yes, and sorry, I was answering Chris. Go ahead. I'll
So
answer.
is Eddie on the inside of the M or the outside of the M?
It would make sense, okay, gauging by one of the witnesses' testimonies, they say that when Austin moved towards Karmelo, he knocked Eddie out the way. So then that means that Eddie would be more in the inside of the tent, maybe closer towards where the M is, behind in there. I don't see him being on the outside because he got to get to Karmelo by getting past him.
Yeah,
You see what I'm
he's
saying?
sitting. So let me give you according to courtroom testimony, Eddie is sitting on the same row as Karmelo to his right. So to us, it's the
Yeah.
left. So right now, you're seeing Austin and Eddie as a blob because they're both aligned, just like in this on the right hand side, Karmelo and Hunter are aligned because Hunter's sitting in front of Karmelo and Eddie is sitting beside Karmelo, and Austin is coming up in that direction right in front of Eddie. That's why he knocks Eddie out the way, according to Eddie's own testimony. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I just want to show you this again. Once he look at him when he attacks Karmelo, look, it's the same guy that walked in and sat behind Hunter. He runs out. Look, you see now you see that spot empty.
Yeah.
Right? Check this out. Now that spot is empty and you see Hunter climbing out the
Step
back of
over,
the tent
like climbing over. Yeah.
because he was sitting directly in front of Carmelo. I don't know how many times I got to go through this, man.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. Visually, it makes sense. And it makes sense. Yeah.
It's insanity.
But what did he run to that garbage? I thought that Carson was running behind Karmelo. Where the hell was he going? He runs to the garbage, looking like he dumped something in the garbage, and then runs back to check on his friend. So what was he doing? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot going on in this video. It's a lot going on. You know,
We're not here tonight to debate whether he
we're
was
not going to debate.
jumped. We're not here to talk about if he was punched. We're not here to talk about anything other than we have to do this step by step. And tonight we're only focused on the fact of who was in the tent first. And we've already established who was in the tent first according to courtroom testimony. But also we have the video here and also showed you Megan Kelly, who clearly indicates who came and sat behind Hunter. But then you also see Austin go and attack that person that sat behind Hunter. And when that person runs out the back of the tent, you see Hunter clearly. Go ahead, Uda. I'm sorry.
No, that makes sense to me. You know what I mean? That makes sense. It makes sense. Just as far as a timeline being established, based on some of the courtroom testimony of how things were going, that would seem to make more sense. You know what I mean? And especially as we see it visually, it would make sense, especially with them saying that, you know, Austin moved with a speed that he ended up pushing Eddie out the way to get to Carmelo to move him or to touch him, to push him or to move him, whatever he went to do. Some people say he pushed him. Some people say he put him in a football move. Whatever he went to do, it seems that Eddie was in the way of that. And there's him moving, which is he's a big boy. You know what I'm saying? Austin's a big boy, was a big boy, RIP to him. So I could see that making more sense, that of Eddie's position, Carmelo being that figure that comes in the back, because why would it be one of the brothers coming by themselves? You know what I mean? When we obviously see people walking in all together, and we at least see Austin and Carson walking in from the entry video. You might have to play the entry video just to show you that they came in together. They literally came in together. At least Austin and Carson, for a fact. The other brothers and them is in front of him. But Austin and Carson came in together for a fact. They both, and that's Carson that's running to that garbage. See what I'm saying? So when you start to look at all of the different videos and start to put it all together, you know what I mean? You kind of can establish a sort of a timeline. Because like they saying after the poking happened, the paramedics or the people that came to help, they arrived like maybe 5 minutes later at 10:05. That would make kind of sense because as the police are walking him out the entryway, after they pick him up, after he says, I'm not alleged and this and this and that, they pick him up after he says that and they start to walk him outside. And as they're walking him outside, they end up walking past the paramedics and the people that's coming to help him. So they're walking there, probably take them a minute to get there. They trying to survey the scene, trying to help him. And they say by 10:07, they're working on Austin, trying to help him. You know what I mean? But I guess that Austin passes away there, though, you know? So by 10-12, after them trying to work on him maybe for those few minutes or so, the other officer who testified said that he just wanted to preserve, they end up locating the knife, and he grabbed the blue tarp just to cover it, just to try to preserve the little bit of evidence because it was raining. And he just grabbed the book bag and threw it on there. And the book bag, he didn't know that it was Karmelo's book bag, but it just so happens to be Karmelo's book bag. And then on the prosecutor's photos, you can see all the contents on the contents of Karmelo's book bag. He had a muffin or something in there. He had a pick in there, charger, car keys. He had a few other little items that was in there as well. He had some notes and some different things like that that he had inside of his book bag as well.
Hand warmer, yeah.
Hand warmer. I think he had I don't know if it was a Pooh Shiesty mask or something else was in there too. I think he had on a Shiesty. I think he had a Shiesty in the book bag too as well. You know, the ski mask type mask. It looked like that. It looked like one of those ski masks. Yeah, it looked like one of those kind of masks or whatever was in his book bag as well. You know what I'm saying? I think he had a chain with a cross or something. I think he had a chain in there, had something else that I don't know if it can make it out, if it's like an earring or it's like a key chain loop. That was one of the other contents in the book bag. So, yeah. So judging on that timeline, it kind of would make sense, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to push no narrative, you know what I mean? Whatever you feel, I'm not trying to change your mind at all. I just really want to get all the facts. That's why I'm also waiting for the transcripts myself. And I've been in contact with people from the courts down there, and they've been talking with me about how and when I'll be able to get and receive the transcripts. And I'm just trying to know how much I'll have to pay and different things like that. So we could get to just the facts, so we could read off the facts and we won't have to guess it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm mad I didn't get there, because I did have my ticket to be at the trial, but I was taking care of my kids and stuff. So I'm mad that I wasn't there, because I like to cover trials and I really wanted to be there. So I could have been there to hear it too. So you would have been having my own mind to say, nah, he did arrive earlier, he did arrive later. And I would have been another mind to give y'all another opinion on it for a fact, you know?
Right. All right. Very good. So thank you. So now we're going to go back to the main video, and we're going to wait the whole 4 minutes after Karmelo walks in. I'm going to show you it takes 4 minutes for the fight to actually happen. So we're going to back up a little bit to when Karmelo walks in. When he walks in, it's going to take 4 minutes before they begin fighting in this 15-minute video. So I'm taking you guys step by step through the video. So you see Karmelo walks in and he sits down.
Time it. Time it.
What's that? We can't hear you. I can't.
Everybody's, once he sits down, you could just start it from when he sits down, and everybody try to rough time it to see if that's about 4 minutes or so, because that's when the testimony is saying like 4 to 5 minutes or so. 4 minutes is when the altercation kicks off. So if that kind of makes sense, whether we say it's edited to believe that or not, but this is what's gonna make sense. So we all could kind of gauge it. Look at the clock now. Rewind it for when you see the figure walk back in, and then everybody start to put on your stopwatches and try to just get it. No, we don't see the time, but you can see when that figure goes down there and sits down, look at the clock and try to rough time it for yourself. If it's 10:03 or 10:04, let's see if it's 10:08 or 10:07, like that. So Melo, back up before he gets there. So as soon as you see that figure sit down, I want everybody to kind of time it for their own self to see if that adds up. And if it doesn't, then, you know what I mean? This is where we go. Everybody start the timer, because I was watching for the 2 minutes and it seemed like that 2 minutes, the other figure did come, because I was trying to time it at that time. You know what I'm saying? So let's just try to time it from rough timing if we can, and see if it makes sense to you. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sway your minds. I just want to get to the facts, you know?
Uda, I have to step away, so I'll be back in 4 minutes. All right. I just got to get a water. So
Yeah,
there he is right there. All right. He walks in.
Okay. You know that it's 10:03, but you know that it's about to soon turn to 10:04. So we could gauge it, right? 7, 8. Oh, it just turned 10:04. So we should be around 7 flipping on 8, right? Should be around 8. Let's just wait it out. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to get the facts, That's all it is for me personally, Straight. Other witness testified that they was also telling him to get out the tent as well. Maybe that's also some of the things that's happening under this tent. Some people say 15 people told him, 5 people told him, 10 people told him to get out the tent. You know what I'm saying? So other people are speaking. Even one testified that whether Karmelo said that he got some touch me and find out or whatever, another witness testified that they told Austin, you can see a head moving in there, but they told Austin, yo, be careful, yo, he got something in that bag, I think. And I think Austin replies to them, and he ain't got nothing in that bag. This Frisco or something like that. You know what I mean? That's why I can't wait to get the full transcript so that we can really read through it and really get to exactly what was said word for word and not by no one's notes. This is going to be actual court transcript, court testimony of what happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but I have to wait on the appellate court as well. So I was contacted back and they said we have to wait for the appellate court. And once they release the transcripts, then I'll have to purchase them. So I don't know how much they're going to charge me yet, but it's going to be what it is. Yeah, bro, he could have just got out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes being ignorant, being young.
Anything popped up.
That's what I'm saying. They said it took like 4 minutes or so. That's what I'm saying. Look, we still got time. Look, it's still blinking. Still got time. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just left out the tent, walked away. They probably hearing all this dumb shit going on in there. You're like, you know what? Let me get out of here, bro. Somebody just walked away. You see another person walking into the tent. At least that person got on a poncho. That person's parent was smart. Had they kid equipped with a damn poncho. There you go. You ain't got to be in a nobody tent with a poncho.
Still going. Like, all right.
Look, that's what I'm saying. We still going, right? It should be like roughly around 10:07, 8. It should be flipping to 8 of when this thing starts to click off, right? We still going. It still seems, but that don't mean it's cordial right now. There's words being exchanged under this tent. Certain people testified that, yo, he was saying, yo, move, get out of here. Yo, you a B. Yo, you a P. You a PB. You know what I'm saying? Yo, word. So move me then, P. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? They cursing at each other and stuff like that. Words was being exchanged by Austin, Karmelo, other people chiming in. So other things happening under there right now. So it might not seem like it's a big movement, but it is getting type of testy under this tent right now.
But man, that's a long time.
So look, we at 10:07 right now, right? But we still got roughly around a minute because when he started it, right?
But
so
keep in
man.
No, but keep in mind, those people said 4 people walked up under the tent. In 20 seconds, they surrounded Karmelo and they started to beat him. This has already been debunked, according to this video.
People outside. I'm talking to people in the court was talking about. That's what I'm thinking about. What the people inside, whether we saying is mixing conflicting stories, we just talking about what people said in court. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's all we could gauge from, whether people getting things mixed up, whatever the case, we got to go by what people said there. Whether we think they lying, telling the truth, that's the only facts we really got is what people said. Look, it's 10:08. It's 10:08, so things should be clicking off around now then. Okay, we see somebody move. See, look, there goes the movement. Boom, there goes the poke, and there goes Karmelo at 10:08, bro. See what I'm saying? And that's just from us rough timing it. Us rough timed that. See what I'm saying? We just rough timed that one. Feel me? So based on the rough timing of how we just roughly timed it, it makes sense based on court records, all right, that the thing, what they arrived 2 minutes within each other, and about 4 minutes or so, it clicks off and Austin stabbed. So now look, so now we could time it from here to there now, right? We could time it from 8, right? From 8 to 9. He runs over here, like he was probably running to exit or something. Some people said he was running to a coach, but a female staff member stops him, walks him over to another coach. He walks away with Karmelo. He gets distracted, walks away from Karmelo, walks towards the gate, walks back towards Karmelo, speaks to Karmelo. They embrace like a hug. It seems like Karmelo is sobbing or something. Karmelo puts his arm back over this guy. See? Watch. You see the guy walk away from Karmelo. Look, he walks back to Karmelo, put his arm around Karmelo. Carmelo's going to stop. See, he has a reaction because I think he told him, listen, man, you probably throw your life away if that boy passes away. He puts his hand around Karmelo. You can see Carmelo's left hand goes over him. They're embraced, right? You see that, right? They walking back towards where it happened with Austin, right? So this is going to take about roughly 5 minutes or so, right? Because the paramedics are on their way already now. See what I'm saying? An officer's in this thing. He's going to come from behind the gate. And he's going to be the first one. Cortez is going to be the first one to make contact with him because we got the police camera body cam footage. So we just ain't got to go by what people telling us. We see the officer's footage. Talk to Carmelo, say, hey, come on. All right, hold up. Slow down there. And he comes and talks to him there. Comes across. Another officer comes. We see all of those things from the body cam footages. You know what I'm saying? See? He comes back here. Another person comes there to speak to him. See? Somebody stops in front of him. See? He turns to the next person. He's turning to them. He's talking to the both of them. He walks towards that gate after a minute. See, he gets down on the ground. He puts his hand behind his back and he gets down on the ground. You saw that, right? He put his hand behind his back and he kneels on the ground and he stands back up. A coach or somebody there throws something on the ground. Obviously, Austin's not looking too well. He probably knows them both, obviously. This is a bad situation. He goes back and picks up whatever he just threw and walks past them. You watch him walking past and walking. You see he's having a reaction back there. Right? They cuff him. Think they cuffing him or something, right? Because that's when they begin to walk with him. And then you hear him start to cry and say, I told him not to touch me, man. Don't put his hands on me. And these things happening soon. When they're walking, we know that they're walking when that's being said. They're not still. The cops and him is walking him to the vehicle, right? Right? Seems like an officer. Looks like they have on light pants, this person, right? And those officers, I think, had on brown pants, like the tan pants with the dark colored shirt, collared shirt, like a polo. Okay, cool. That's the officer there, though, that first embraces him. I think that's Cortez that stops him because on the body cam footage, Carmelo's on the other side of the gate when he approaches him. See what I'm saying? They walk him back towards the front, right? Then you're going to see Karmelo get back down on the ground. That's when Officer Richie's body cam footage comes into play. And that's when you can hear him say, I'm not alleged. I'm the one who did it. And I know how this goes. Okay? Which is way too much to be saying, which is crazy.
Right. I know how this goes. It's wild.
He says, I know how this goes. And I said, wow, that's some crazy things to say. Straight cheese, bro. This is just facts, bro. So I'm not here to tell no dumb shit. This is the facts. Just comparing all the footages. So around here, he's going to stop. He's going to get down on the ground. He's going to be down on the ground. The other officer that walks in here, that's this person probably that's standing probably by the tree. If nobody else walks up there, that's the other person that walks in and gets that on their body cam footage. I'll play the body cam footages right now for you. And you can hear them for yourself and see them for yourself. When he says he's the alleged, you can't hear it really clearly on Cortez's, the first officer that makes contact with him. You can't really hear it that clearly. But you hear it on the next officer that walks up. You hear him say, I'm not alleged. I'm the one who did it. And I know how this goes, which is crazy work to me. That's crazy.
Uda, I was going to play it, but if you have a clearer version, can you throw it in?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
I
I'll
can
throw
put
it
it
if
up.
you want me to.
I'll
I
put
think
up
I
my.
sent you all of them too. Hold up. Let me see. I found it for you. I sent it to you. Hold up.
No, I have it. I have it here. I'll just put the one I
I
have
got it
up.
clear. You got it?
Okay. Okay.
I
It's
shared
not
it to you.
clear. All
I
right.
shared it to you clearly. Now I want the clear version from the court, bro. Because that's
All
the
right.
one
Cool.
that I sent to you. Hold up. Let me video file. I think I gotta go
All
to my
right.
video files. Hold up. I'm gonna do it
All
right now.
right. So how are we looking? Are we still? What's the debate? The debate is who arrived in the tent first. Was it Karmelo or the twins? And we've shown you tonight, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was actually the twins who walked in first, and then Carmelo came in 2 minutes later. That's
All right,
courtroom
cool.
testimony.
It's the first one now. Look, this is
Okay.
Cortez, right? Is it gonna share code? There, go right there. This is Cortez. Remember, Carmelo's on the other side of the gate.
Somebody is shooting the victim, they need to
Look,
be over there.
clear.
Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop
See?
right there for me.
Stop right there. Look, see?
Dispatch 4.
Can you stop it? Do you have
I can
control or
stop it.
not?
Hold up. Wait, hold up. Do I gotta bring it up first? Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. Wait.
43.
Just stop it or play it. Play it.
I got the suspect, and they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any weapons on you like that? I'll look here.
I'll play the next body cam next. Watch.
Help me, y'all back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Come over here. I'm gonna put your handcuffs for now, okay?
See? This is when he cuffs him.
Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained.
Everyone else can slow down. Suspects detained in handcuffs.
Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the north.
This is when he's gonna say it.
East entrance. That's gonna be a gate that's wide open there.
Listen.
And then you come to the victim from there.
Received.
This is the alleged suspect. All right,
Dispatch is 432.
okay. We'll figure that in a
You hear
minute.
him, but you can't hear it clear. You heard it.
So nothing on the
Right?
person at
You
all.
can't hear it
No.
clear. Watch.
Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Nothing's gonna stab me? No? Okay.
I'm going to be out with this. Received.
I'm gonna a little personal there, okay? Just to make sure. Okay. Yeah. You want me to get up now? Yeah. All right. The victim's gonna be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medics. Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
What's happening right now? Victim is over here on the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the alleged suspect. All right. Already? No. Already searched them. Got nothing on him.
I don't know what happened.
423. Trackers have a negative CPR progress for a little bit. Racing. That's the wrong thing. Racing.
Side over here or side? Up to you. It's up to you.
That's fine. This is closer.
Okay. Let me do one more little check of you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You don't mind for reaching your pockets, anything like that? You good?
You can. You're just wearing this one pair of pants? I'm wearing some little under.
Oh yeah, but it's not
Like no ma'am, I don't think so.
What's your name, man?
Karmelo Anthony, Karmelo.
430, show me out.
Okay.
Racing.
Have a seat here real quick, man. Watch your head. Let me check your hood here, buddy, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, lean this way so you're not resting on your hands, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, see a little bit of blood on your hands there, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
402, I'm on scene.
So your first name is Karmelo?
Yes, sir.
Racing.
Karmelo.
That's it.
In court, they said his hand was cut.
Hold on one second.
He had a piece of blood from the photograph. I'll bring up the evidence. The photograph.
C-A-R-A.
I'll show you. Oh shit. Wait.
K-A-R.
M-E-L-O.
M-E-L-O, Karmelo. What's your last name? A-N.
He's gonna get the grade wrong.
Where
Right.
are you in?
I'm in 12th grade.
10th grade? You go to Emerson?
No, sir.
Where do you go? Centennial. Okay.
I'm in 12th grade. 12th grade.
12th grade?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no Centennial. All right, sit tight for me real quick, bud, all right?
This is where it ends.
Let me run this guy real quick. I haven't talked
Okay.
to him at all.
That's the end of that, right? Cool. So we're gonna remove that, right? Now we're gonna go to Richie's body cam, right? Which is gonna show us where we can hear him more clearly. Because you heard it, I'm telling you what he's saying there. So you can kind of hear what he's saying, but you can't really hear it from Cortez's video, body cam footage. So I'm comparing this, the video with body cam, everything that I'm seeing, the front entry. I'm gonna show you it all. This is where we got to make our own assessment, right? So boom. So now I'm gonna show you Richie's body cam, right? Look. So this is Officer Richie's body cam now that I'm about to play now, okay? It's a short 17-second audio. But listen how quickly she walks. This person walks in, Richie, whether it's a woman or man. I think that's the woman, Richie, obviously, right? So you're going to hear from Richie what he says. Look.
This is the alleged suspect.
Okay. I am. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged. I did.
Okay. We'll be there in a minute.
You see what I'm saying? He's not the alleged. He's the one. Let's play it one more time real quick. Look.
This is the alleged suspect.
Okay. I am. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged. I did.
Okay. We'll be there in a minute.
So he himself says he knows how this goes. I don't understand it, what he knows. What the hell? But he says that out of his own mouth. So we know that those are the two body cam footages, right? So let's play the entrance video, okay? We're going to see Austin walking in. And then the same way how I'm telling you how when we could kind of gauge that they're saying like about 5 minutes or so, the paramedics or help arrives to help Austin, you're going to see by the, because you see him on the floor right there. So we're going to be able to see him on the floor there and being exited out, because that's very close to the exit. They stopped him right before the exit, as we've seen from the 15-minute video, right? Which is the stadium video. So now we're going to play that video and we'll be able to time that together now, right? So boom. So let's go to the entrance video. Where's that at? Hold up. Let me locate it for y'all. Hold up. Where's that at? That's the entrance. This is the body cam. Hold up. Okay. Why did not let me access the entry again now? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me get out of there again and come back in. Hold up. Share a video file. Okay, here. Okay, so the entrance. Okay, the entryway. This is the entryway video now. Okay, cool. All right. So this is the entryway video. This is Austin and supposed to see a couple of friends. So we see that Austin, this is, but better yet, this is Hunter, right? You saying this is Hunter. You saying Hunter has on white sneakers. Is this Hunter or is this Austin?
Hunter has on the white sneakers.
So Hunter's the first person that comes in with the first group of three then. So he was the guy with the threes then, right?
Austin has on gray New Balances,
Gray
and
New
you'll
Balances,
see he lost one, left it in the bleacher.
He did, because we could see that from the evidence photos, which I'll bring up next for y'all, right? Because at first I was thinking that was Austin walking in. Remember, they twins. They both look alike to me. But Mel is saying that Hunter has on white sneakers. And remember, he's a part of that first group of three. And then we see the second two people coming in, walking after, right? So let's just see. But they got him circled. So I don't know why they would circle Hunter and not be circling Austin, because Austin is the victim. See what I'm saying? Why would they circle Hunter and not Austin? But we know that Hunter left back a New Balance sneaker, because that's in the prosecution photos, which I'm going to show to you, right? So let's just see if we see Austin coming behind Hunter. You know what I mean? Let's just see if we see that. They saying that's Hunter. Okay, here we go now. So that's the next brother. So the brother comes back with Carson. See? So the first three walk by, like in the video that Mel's saying. The first group of three walk in. The two guys walk by. Hunter walks up and has the first seat. We see that. Remember, I told you. Austin, is it Hunter or Austin then? So why did they? Remember, they're twins though. They're twins. They're twins. See what I'm saying? So we see that another brother, one of the twins, whether it's Austin or him or Hunter, remember they twin brothers, bro. It's hard to freaking, you know what I mean? But we see the next brother walks in with this guy right here. They saying that this guy that's walking with him is the guy that ran to the garbage, they're saying, allegedly, right? So cool. Let's just go through that footage, right? Boom. So we did see a group of three and a group of two, the way Mel is saying in the video, right? We did see that. Okay, whether you want to say that's Austin and that's Hunter, go says me, brother. They twins. So good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? All we could tell by his sneakers. But those sneakers also look lighter because his sneakers looked more darker from the photo. So I was going to show you that. I'll show y'all that, right? So boom. So all these kids gonna cluster up under this tent. I'm gonna skip by for a minute, right? Because we can't see the incident happening back there. All we're gonna be able to see is that the police, you can see it's raining good. You can see it's raining pretty clearly. But all we're gonna see is that you see where the tent is right now on the right side of that tent, right? On the right side, that's where the officers stopped him, and that's where Karmelo's gonna say to them, I'm not alleged, I'm the one who did it. I know how it's going down, or I know what's going on, or whatever the hell. He's going to be on the right side of that tent. So as I skip by, we can see something's happening. They're going to come back, break down this tent, and they're going to throw the tent over the left where that grass is over the left, not on the side of the tree. They're going to throw the tent over there on the left side of where the grass is and move it out the way. All right, cool. So as we skip by, we're just going to skip through a little bit, right? Let's just skip through. Other kids are congregating under the tent, trying to get out the rain, talking what they talking, probably blowing trees. You know how kids be. Whatever they want to do, right? So we can see that we're going to start to see that something's going on because they're going to start to move this tent. See, it starts to get more thinner under the tent. Okay, nothing's going on now. See, it gets pretty thin up under the tent, right? Kids are still moving to and fro. It's empty, damn near one person or two under the tent, right? Somebody else comes walking by the tent. Look, hold up. Right? I'm gonna skip through slow so we can see when they're gonna break it down. Okay, kids are still coming. All right. It don't look like nobody really knows. Remember, it's a big track meet. It's a big place. So many of these kids don't know what the hell's going on right now. They don't know. Okay. See, look, they're coming to break down the tent now. Right? They're gonna break down the tent. They're gonna throw the tent over the next side, like I told you, right? See, Karmelo's right there with the cops. See, got the cop right here, and Karmelo's with the cop. Remember, the other cop comes from this pathway side, and that's the cop that walks next to him, and he says, I'm not alleged. I'm the one who did it. I know how this goes. So remember, that cop was walking him to the front. Don't do nothing. I'm gonna cuff you. Get head to the front. Remember? Cool. So look, that's Karmelo, right? They got him there. They're moving out the kids out the tent. Move out the way. Boom. See? They put his hands behind his back. I'm going to cuff you here. They really cuff him now. They pulled out the cuffs now. Remember, they said they was going to cuff him, but they didn't really, don't look like they did. But now they're putting the cuffs on him for a fact. See? He gets down on the ground, just like in the body cam footage. See? Look, they put him down. Right? Put his legs down. Right? This is the Officer Richie walking up now. You see her? You see the other cop, Officer Richie. Her body cam footage is the one that catches him say, I'm not alleged. I'm the one who did it. Right? Look. Remember, 17 seconds for that's all her footage was, 17 seconds, and it cuts off.
You know what's funny is that they were saying, "Hey, that Mel, you should go over to Freezy's channel with Nick at Night, and that they're gonna clear something up." And I'm like, what is there to clear up? I mean,
Now they're doing something else.
it's very clear that
all right, cool.
what was going on. Like, I mean,
They're gonna do something else anyway. I think they're talking more about what happened with Nick at the trial and stuff. So boom, right? So look, right? So now look, we see Karmelo being walked out. So we know that this is when he's walking because they're walking back to the car, and he started sobbing. I told him not to touch me, whatever the case may be. Because we seen from the other body cam footage, we saw that. But look what we see. We see the paramedics walking by him. They're gonna pass each other. So that means that they arrive fairly quickly. You see what I'm saying? We do know that they arrive quickly. Whether it's 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, they arrive quickly. See, you see the helpers arrive. Fire department look like in front of them with the neons on. That's him. He stepped aside. They walked by him. Right? It's gonna switch cameras. Right? Look, it's gonna switch. See, now they're walking him out. I told him not to. That's when he's saying that, right? Now they get him outside to the car. Boom. That's where that ends, because that's the entry video. See what I'm saying? That's just the entry video. But that kind of makes sense in that timeline of how we compared both body cam footages and him walking when he said what he said, the paramedics going in as he's getting exited out. He wasn't on that field for much long. Remember, he ran to the woman walked him back to the coach. He had the action over there. The cop ended up coming by the gate. Hold up, son. Don't make no moves. Come here. All right, cool. I'm gonna cuff you. All right, hold up. Brought him to the side, cuffed him right there, put him on the ground. I'm not alleged. I know who did it. I know how this goes. Pick him up, walk out, sobbing, crying, get to the car. What's your name? Everything like this. Karmelo, how you spell it? He gets his grade wrong. Said he's 10. He said, no, I'm in the 12th grade. All those things happen. So we've seen all of that, right? Cool. So this ain't us guessing. This is just us going by what we got. Whether you want to say it's tapped, it's fixed, whatever. But we just going by the evidences that we have. That's all we could go by so far, especially until we get the other transcript and we could get other testimonies and know exactly what everybody said word for word. That's when we'll start to understand. And I think that will iron out a lot of these arguments that we're having online. Whether you want to say people are lying in court, that don't mean nothing. People lie all over earth. People lie in court too. But at least we won't be getting no mix-ups of what whoever said. We will be able to see they said 9:54 he arrived, 9:56 he arrived. We won't have to argue these things because we have the transcripts. See what I'm saying? Cool. So let's get to something else now. Okay. Boom. All right. So we already seen that footage. We got the stadium. We got the exit. So we could go to, we got the Mason, we got the phone call, right? The 911 call. We don't got to go through that, right? We don't got to go through the 911 call. I got the 911 calls too. And I got I think the dispatch call from the 911 as well. I think like somebody else called, like CPR, it says called as well. So let's go to this, right? Can it show me this? Why is it not showing me this? Hold on. Do I have to back out to get back to this? I might have to. They showing me the Mason call. Let me just play it while they letting me play, because I might have to back out and then come back in it. Not out of here, but just back. Maybe just back out. But I want to show you the image of that so we get that on screen and y'all know what's going on, right? Boom. Let's just get the facts, bro. That's how I deal with facts. Not in my opinion or what the hell I'm thinking. I'm not trying to sway no one's brain, bro. Not here for that. Okay? Why is it not letting me bring up these evidence photos? Hold up, man.
Did you choose photo? Are you clicking video? Because you had to hit photo in order for it. I don't know if you know that.
It should be able to just pull up through here though. Hold up. Why is it not? Oh, let me just play the one Mason 911 call so we just get that on screen so we know what the hell's going on, right? This is the first call of what they said happened. Cool. Let's just play it.
Frisco 911, what is the location of the emergency?
Hi, we're at Kuykendall Stadium. My friend just got stabbed.
Okay, do you know who stabbed him?
We have no clue. He was sitting in our tent, but you need to send an ambulance right now.
They're on the way, okay? Give me a description of the person that stabbed him.
He was wearing a gray Essentials hoodie. He was black. He's standing out on the track right now.
He's standing on the track?
Yeah.
Okay.
His blue sweatpants on and John.
Okay, what did he stab your friend with?
I don't know. My friend's bleeding everywhere.
Okay.
Right.
Where was he stabbed at?
The chest.
Okay. And do you still see the person that stabbed him, or did he leave?
It was Austin. Austin got stabbed in the chest. I'm sorry, what did you say?
The person that stabbed him, is he still there? Do you still see him?
There's adults on him, I think. Yeah.
There's adults that are trying to keep him there?
Know who he is. Sorry, what?
The person that stabbed your friend, is he still there?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, and
He's with the coach.
There's a coach with him?
Yes, he's with. People got him.
Okay. Do you know if he still has the weapon on him?
No clue, but he's like he can't do nothing. He's done.
What do you mean?
He stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. What?
What do you mean he can't do anything? What's going on with him?
Coaches have him. He can't hurt anyone.
Okay, when you say they have him, are they physically holding him down?
No, they're just holding him, walking around.
Okay.
Okay.
He was under our tent. Austin tried to make a move.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Uda, can you expound on that? He was under our tent. Austin tried to make a move.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? We could go back a little bit. Let's hear it again, right? Let's just go back and hear it clearly. So that's why we got to piece everything together and get our own mind on this thing, right? Because we got 911 calls. I'm going to go into the photographs next, and we'll time that up. Let's just back up a little bit and see what Mel is talking about again, okay? Let's back it up a little bit, Mel.
With him?
Yes, he's with. People got him.
Okay. Do you know if he still has the weapon on him?
No clue, but he's he can't do nothing. He's done.
What do you mean?
He stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. What?
What do you mean he can't do anything? What's going on with him?
Coaches have him. He can't hurt anyone.
Okay, when you say they have him, are they physically holding him down?
No, they're just holding him, walking around.
Okay.
Okay.
He was under our tent. Austin tried to make a move.
You see him said Austin tried to make a move. You heard someone say that, right? Austin tried to make a move. Somebody seemed shocked, like, what? Before that happens, but then he says Austin tried to make a move, right? So we heard that, right? So we can kind of gauge what's going on, who was the first person to make a move, right? Let's take our feelings out of here and let's deal with the facts that we hearing. And somebody in there said this is irrelevant. No, you talking about this all is relevant. That's why they got courts and procedures and everything's relevant in court. We weren't in the court, so we got to hear from every angle of what the hell's happening so we could gauge it and not follow TikTok and everybody lie to us. You see what I'm saying? We got to get to the truth.
Okay. What's your name?
Nathan Nordyke.
What's your last name? Nathan.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your last name?
Nordyke.
Okay. And do you see any of the responders there yet?
We hear the sirens, but
Okay.
the coaches sent us out. We're all walking to our buses.
Okay. So you're going to get on a bus right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the rest of the students are walking towards the buses?
Yeah, everyone's being evacuated out the stadium.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being quick.
Okay. Just follow whatever directions you're being provided by either the officers or by your coaches, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect with you, Nathan, but we've got all kinds of help headed that way.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cool. Right? So we there. right? So cool. There's also, and it's gonna the prompt is gonna say they disconnecting the call.
10:05 a.m. 54 seconds.
Look.
April 2.
10:05. Remember that I told you about 5 minutes later at the courtroom saying like it's like around when the people is. Remember he said thank you. I can hear them in the distance. Thank you for being quick, because he could already probably see some sirens coming and know that they on their way already. Around 10:05 they get to the thing to go help Austin. About 10:07 they're working on him now. See what I'm saying? This is kind of making sense if we gauging from testimony and from what we hearing on the videos. On the audios and listen from the video, it's all kind of making sense. And you remember Karmelo and the paramedics walked by each other, right? So that's just that. So we ain't got to argue about that. So it's one more audio for me to play. Oh, whatever you think, whatever you want to guesstimate from anything. I'm not here to change your minds on any of that. You know what I mean? I'm just here because some of y'all haven't heard some of these things or seen. This is straight from the court. This is what the judge actually released. Clear, everything clear as day. You seeing raindrops falling. All of that. You see what I'm saying? We ain't even playing games with this. Just straight up. See what I'm saying? Boom. So there's one more audio if we want to get through that one. And I can show y'all. But yeah, let me see if I can bring up this. All right, they acting like they don't want me to get that. All right, cool. Hold up. Exhibit photo. What's going on? My exhibit photo is there. Oh, better yet, I know how to bring up the exhibit now too. Hold up. Let me bring up the other exhibit then. Share screen. I'm gonna share the window. That's how I'm gonna get it. All right, cool. Boom. So this gonna be the photographs, right? Boom. This is the defense's one. I mean, the prosecution's ones, right? Bring it up, Mel. Let me see how it look. Okay, yeah, we there. It's on screen? Okay,
Yeah,
cool. We on screen.
yeah.
All right, cool. So I had to flip these. These were all twisted the other way. So I had to flip all of these right side up so we can see everything clearly this way. So these are the photographs that they release. And before I can't go all the way down on these photos to like 58 because it's 1 out of 58. One of them is going to be a picture of Austin, and the next one is going to be a picture of his wound. So we don't want to show that. It's really graphic and respect to Austin that then passed away. I don't want to be showing nothing like that on screens, especially on YouTube. You know what I mean? You know, YouTube is getting you out of here for music. So we're not going to do that here, right? So boom. So let's just go down. So we got the photograph. So even when they said he had the blood on his hands, we'll be able to see that. Okay, cool. So look, this is him walking in. They saying that this is Austin. Look at him have on the gray sneakers. So we'll go back to the entrance video again to see which one is which, right? So Austin was the first one or the second one? It seems like Austin is walking in with the 3 people. So they saying, because the sneakers, we'll go back to determine who is the twin that was walking in the back and who is the twin that was walking in the front. It would make more sense that what Mel said, because it seems like the other person walked in there after that other person sat down. So let's see. Okay, cool. Okay, so no, they're showing you both twins. Okay, so they show you one twin. They showed you the next twin. All right. Okay, cool. One of them is Hunter. One of them is Austin. We know that Austin has on the gray sneakers because I'm going to show you that photograph of Austin's sneaker. So look, so that's Karmelo being walked out by Cortez and Richie. That's one of the people that was pursuing Karmelo, pointing at him, saying it was him. Yo, what the hell going on? It's him. Remember when Carmelo's trying to make a run for it? Another person joins the fray, trying to get the attention. Karmelo breaks running. Then remember, he goes from a run into a walk, right? Cool. He's running full now. You see him in full motion, full gallop. They still pointing, though. Over here, they still pointing at him. Still on his body pointing, but remember, he begins to walk. That's when he walks to that other staff member that hands him back to the coach, the black coach, right? So they still on him. Carmelo's in red. They still running down closer, trying to get the attention of someone. This around the time he makes contact with the staff member, the woman, Tiffany or whatever her name is, blonde head lady. Boom. This is around the time he makes contact with that woman. This is the bleach. I'm guessing this is probably where maybe the knife was found because they don't label it. So we just got to guess what's happening in this one, right? Because they don't label it. And when we zoom it, we don't see nothing on this. We could only guess that maybe that's where the knife was found, right? That's a guess because they don't label that. Okay, cool. This is the coach's messages, right? So we can see this. I don't know if y'all all seen this yet. Coach, can you tell Austin to put on his black shorts? Can you send this to all of our throwers? You guys keep leaving early. So just know that you guys are probably not going to the district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourselves? Tell them it's from me. Yeah, coach. I'll send it and I'll take their ish up Monday. We'll take Noah and Ramir to the district. So we know that no other person, no Austin, nobody else went to no district because they took Noah and Ramir to the districts. Okay. This is from Coach Start. You guys keep leaving. That's what it showed you. Warrior throwers. That's in the contact. Okay. You see the messages from Coach Start right here. Then they're going to go into another message. Goes into that same message. So it shows two coaches. So this is the actual message. See, you guys keep leaving, right? So the value you guys bringing, going to the district meets, you guys never celebrate the teammates. From Coach Bass. Then it goes into Coach Bass down here, right? Cool. So now it shows us a little more, maybe zoomed in. Coach Start, the same message. From Coach Bass. Coach Bass must respond, right? Same thing. This is what Coach Bass says. Y'all turn y'all stuff in on Monday. We're taking Ramir and Noah to the district. So this is what Coach Bass says. So Start told him, Coach Bass said, listen, I'll let him know. He told them, y'all turn your joints in on Monday. He said, I'll take their ish up on Monday. Well, Coach Bass told him to turn their things in on Monday because we taking Ramir and Noah to the districts, right? Boom. Okay. This is to Austin Metcalf. This message is to Austin. Okay. The other one was coaches, and it was the Warriors throwers was in the contact. This is Austin himself. You and Rhett are on the early bus. Get tent and whatever else we need. Set examples of how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. I need you and Rhett to hold us down. I will be helping with hosting the meet, so I'm going to lean on my older guys. Austin messages back, for sure, coach. I got you. Okay. And that's on April the 2nd, the day of the altercation. RIP, but Austin's last day on earth. This is a fact. Okay. Must be, right? Because it happened on April 2nd. Right? This is what he says. Love you, man. Sorry I didn't say enough. He messages the phone on Thursday, April 3rd at 8:42 p.m. It's already happened. Right? He just messaged his phone because remember, Austin just got something happen to Austin on the 2nd. So he probably sitting there remorseful and say, damn, and message the phone and say, damn, I didn't say enough. Right? So we know that's happening. Okay, cool. Cool. So let's zoom out a little bit. We're going to see some paramedics working. Cool. Okay. And remember, I told you that officer that testified said he grabbed a book bag and threw it on the tarp, and it just so happened to be Karmelo's. We're going to be able to see that. Remember, look, it's all kinds of book bags there. Kids ran, and it was all that going down. People running, their friends just got poked. Ain't nobody worried about their stuff. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's stuff is still there. You can see that visibly, right? Boom. So the officer locates the weapon. This is the officer that locates the weapon. He's the one that retrieves the tarp and tries to cover it to preserve the evidence. Here goes the actual weapon, right? Some people saying this is an M on it. I don't know about all that. But this is the actual weapon, okay? Whether they saying it's an M, I don't know about all that, right? So this is, you can see the weapon. You can see some, you know what I mean? Some fluids on it. You ain't got to say what the fluids is, blood, some fluids on it. You see what I'm saying? Cool. It was actually used, okay?
I can't hear you. Uda, are you talking? You went mute. You're on mute. You're on mute, Uda. You're on mute.
We can't hear you.
Hear me now again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. My microphone's died. It's all right, cool. I just wanted to make sure y'all can hear me clearly when we getting through this work. All right, cool. So boom, let's go back to the photos, right? state's photos, and I'll show you the defenses as well. But look, cool. They got the scene taped off. Here goes that blue tarp there now, right? There's the blue tarp. Remember, look, you can see it's some windy day because, look, you can see the tarp actually lifting up. So I can understand why that officer went to retrieve one of those book bags to hold it down and have some weight up on that thing and try to preserve some evidence, right? Cool. Right? So now we see a book bag there, right? This book bag is just so happened to be Karmelo's book bag. Okay, cool. This is Austin's coat that he had on. So I'm going to show you the sneaker to show you as well. But this is Austin's coat. They're going to go into the inside of the coat as well and show you. See, that's Austin's sneaker. It even has some fluid on it as well. We don't got to say what the fluid is, the red fluid, right? So we can see that Austin had on these gray New Balances for a fact, right? So we could go back to the entry photo and see which one of them had on the dark sneakers and which one didn't. Was Austin in the first set of 3 or was Austin in the back with the 2 guys? We could figure that out in real time, right? Once we go back to the footage again. So we see that he has on a gray sneaker. His brother has on a white sneaker. That's a fact, okay? So now we see that this logo is Karmelo's team or something like that. This is Karmelo's book bag. So now they show you the actual logo on the book bag, right? Then they're going to go into the contents of it too. So they show you the position of the weapon underneath, right? With the evidence marker, right? Still a windy day blowing around the tarp, right? Another photo of the weapon with the evidence marker, right? You can see it got some stuff on it, whatever the case may be. Feel me? Some people said that was an M on the bottom. That is just the weapon. So whoever said this was an M marking on the bottom, there's a content creator that's saying that. That's false. I don't think that's an M there. Okay? So let's just get to the facts. So boom. So now here's where they measure the weapon. We can see it's exactly 3.5 inches long. This is the half mark, right? From bottom of blade, from here to the tip of the blade is on this line, 3.5. Cool. Cool. They show you another side of the weapon. Showed you how it has those flick outs. So there's an actual knife in there because it can flick out. It has the thumb flicks that could flick a knife out, right? So whether you say it was a multi-purpose tool, it actually had the knife flick out part. So you can see you flicking that joint out, and it has the part that stops the knife from moving, and you got to push this part in the middle back to make the knife retrieve and go back into its sheath, right? Cool. Here goes Austin's code. Okay? To show you the graphicness of this. The outside of the code. They're going to open the code, show you the inside of the code as well. That's the back of the code. That's what the inside of the code is looking like. Okay. Now they're going to the book bag. Come to find out, it's whose book bag? Karmelo's book bag, right? I don't know. I think that's his team logo. I don't know whose logo is that. Is that an NFL team? But there's a logo, but that's Karmelo's book bag, right? So now they're going to the continent. Some Cheez-Its, look like some nuts and Skittle thing, the mixture or something like that. Some Cheez-Its, got something else there. Charger, look like some crossword puzzles, some notes. Maybe that's a wallet or something that looking like something right there. Some Aquaphor, the car keys, something else here. This is orange. I don't know what that is. What is that? I don't know. Maybe like some kind of charger thing or something. Maybe it could be a portable charger. I don't know what the orange thing is. The charger wires. We can see that those are the nuts with the M&M's type peanuts in there. We can see that, right? Some liquid IV, right? He got the Afro pick. Something else is there, right? That's in the back packet. Okay. Now he has something else. He got like a muffin or something like that, like a blueberry muffin. Look like maybe a corn muffin probably or something else. There goes the chain. This was why I was saying look like a poo shiesty, like a ski mask or something, right? Looks like something. Some people, I don't know if it was hand warmers. I don't know. From first glance, I thought it was a ski mask. It could be hand warmers for all I know. But I thought it was a ski mask.
Uda, can I jump in for 1 minute?
Jump in, man.
So when they showed this ski mask, the defense attorney, what's his name, Mike Howard?
Yeah, Mike Howard.
Because people were feeling a little weird. Like, does he have is that like a ski mask, like a poo shiesty? But then he says he also had a hand warmers. So he was trying to build it, show that he would have had maybe been in some cold weather. And that's why he had these items.
Okay, cool.
That's just a side point. I'm out. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Because that's on first glance, I couldn't really make it out what it is, but I'm just saying it just was looking like one of them Pooh Shiesty type masks that all the young guys and young people are wearing. Some older people wearing them too. They need to stop it. But it looked like that for me from first glance. So come to find out, I guess Mel's there. So I guess we're right that this probably is a ski mask. Okay, cool. So we have this chain with the cross, right? Then I see this other kind of loop thing. I thought it was looking like maybe like a key loop or something. A rusty earring loop or like a key loop or something like that, a receipt and a pencil, right? Here goes his hoodie with a spot of blood on it, right? They're going to retrieve it with a marker. Now they put a marker by this actual stain that's on his hoodie. They're going to zoom in on it so we can actually see that there is some fluid on his actual hoodie, right? Cool. They show us the back of the hoodie. Pretty straightforward on the back. But remember, the officer said, you got some blood in your hand there, bro. Hold up. Don't lean back. Sit like this in the car. So we can see that that's what he was doing when he told Karmelo that while he was in the car on the body cam footage, Cortez footage, with the first one, that the long footage that I played for y'all. So you can see right here that he did have some blood on his hand. Some people saying that could have been a cut. Did he cut himself? Is it Austin's fluids? That's going to be, I guess, broken down in testimonies, and then we'll figure that out, right? Because he has blood on him. That's all we know. That's all I know, at least. I wasn't there, right? Boom. So here is where I'm going to stop, okay? It just shows you the Frisco, because after these things, after this, and this is photograph 53. Unless I stop it and then come back, and then I can show you the other ones. But the exact photo after this one is of Austin's wound, okay? The exact photo after this. So I don't want to show that. And his wound is like this. It's about
that was a cut on his finger. So just so you know.
Oh, that was a cut. So that was a cut on his finger. That's where that blood is. But Austin's wound is about like this. It's not even a joke, okay? So let me see if I could probably maybe stop the screen. I might have to stop the screen, right? If I stop it, I maybe can skip past that wound. It stopped, right? I don't want to scroll it and it's there. All right, cool. Maybe I could skip past the wound. It's graphic, bro. It's graphic. It's graphic. And then I don't want to show him on the ground as well. That's just Karmelo being booked. That's just some fall footage. Okay, this right here shows a drawing. All right, let me show you the drawing at least. So let me come back here. Hold up. Let me lift this up. This is a drawing. How I did, I screen shared my window, right? All right, cool. Okay, so this is the drawing. Let me show you at least this. Cool. So this is the drawing. Hold up, let me flip it around for you too as well. Boom. All right, cool. So this is like the wound looks something like that. So this is the actual drawing of the weapon, what it did to him, and where it exactly hit him in his chest. Okay. So you can use your own mind to see that as well, right? Because I don't want to show the exact photograph. You know what I'm saying? Just respect for the unalived and YouTube will get you out of here for playing Juan Taramera. We're going to get us up out of here for that. So you know they're going to get us up out of here for that. So that's just factual facts, right? So boom. All right. Cool. All right. So we could go into the defense photos real quick. Let me show you the defense photos real quick. Let's just run through this. You know what I'm saying? I have some things to do too, but now we got to get through this so we could get facts on board and everybody just guessing out their head. Nah, boom. So this is that now. Boom. Hold up. Okay. Y'all see me scrolling something? Because when I got these windows up, I can't see. Y'all see something on the screen? Okay, cool. Yeah, y'all can see. All right, hold up. Let me scroll down. So this is the defensive photo. So remember, the prosecution had 58 photographs. Okay. Couple of them being of Austin's wound, and a couple of things like that. I didn't show you that. One of them was of a stadium in the picture. Another one was a photograph of Karmelo after he was arrested or something like that. We could actually look at that photograph again to see if he really got the wounds on the eye and if he was punched like they said. We could go back and look at that photograph again. I'll go back and look at that again just in case so we could get that out the way. Did he look like he was punched and all that stuff? We could just look at it for our own selves, right? Because this is exactly what they took right after it all happened. So this is Eddie right here on the right side. This is Eddie. This is what he looked like, okay? This is Eddie's mom's 50th birthday party or something like that, okay? I don't know if this is Eddie's sister, Eddie's aunt, because the girl that Karmelo looked like he's dating, which is supposed to be Eddie's cousin, she looked a little old in the face too. But they all supposed to, I guess, be around the same age. So I don't know what the hell's going on with that, right? So boom. So we got Karmelo here with a baby face. Must be with Eddie's mom for her 50th birthday party, right? See that? Boom. Let me zoom it in closer so y'all see everything that's going on. Cool. We got Eddie. This is what the defense brought up. 14 photos. That's all they have to show that Eddie knew him. They going to show that Eddie knew him and all that. Like, okay, what? You can't prove nothing else? You need to be proving something else. The hell with Eddie. You know what I mean? They spent all their time proving Eddie. So this Eddie, okay? I'm showing y'all what the hell going on. This is Karmelo. Remember, they showing the closeness between Eddie and him because Eddie was acting like he was mums the word and they wasn't cool. Feel me? So they showing like, nah, man, him and Eddie was cool. They was chilling together, all that. So this is Eddie right here, okay? This is Karmelo right here chilling with the people, his family, probably familia, whatever the case. They all Spanish, right? Cool. Some people saying they look like Schlovers and Friends on some Usher. I don't know about that one, bro. We just going to leave that to Beaver. Wait, right? So look. So this is him and I think the girlfriend, right? This is him and the girlfriend because look like they holding hands and they doing roasted marshmallows and all that. So that's why they said they were showing photos or something looking like they was on double dates and all that, him and Eddie. See, this is Eddie and Karmelo and them looking like they chilling roasting marshmallows at a bonfire. Maybe they both got a shorty with them and all that. You know what I'm saying? They Spanish, bro. Right? So this is them roasting marshmallows. You see, look like 4 marshmallows roasting on an open fire, no chestnuts. So you can see that he was probably with a shorty. Eddie was with a shorty. They was on a double date thing. Karmelo was in Mexico with them, you know what I mean? Or wherever they from, you already know. Guantanamera. He was in Guantanamera with them. So boom. So he holding hands with this person, right? Is this the shorty? That's his shorty? She looked mad old in the face. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, is this the aunt? Or is this, I'm like, is this his mom's? I don't know. Because when you look at Karmelo's face, he got a baby face. But look at her face. She look old. You know what I mean? You never know. Sometimes people have a hard life. I don't know, brother. But she look a little younger in the face than her, right? That's a fact. But we know that's Eddie's family, but they holding hands. So obviously this is the shorty that is Eddie's cousin, allegedly, whatever the case, that Karmelo's dealing with, right? Cool. This is them again now. Chilling, doing some party or something like that. I was trying to find Karmelo. I was like, is this person back here, Karmelo? This person look a little grown. So I don't know. So boom, right? So I don't know. Karmelo must be. You know what I'm saying? It's probably coming to this. I don't know. This the shorty. That's the shorty. I don't know. I'm lost. Which one is the shorty? Shorty look old in the face any which way. Feel me? Cool. So this is him and Eddie rocking out, playing guitars, chilling, da-da-da-da-da, looking like they having a good time. Remember, Eddie acting like they ain't cool. He playing PS5. Whatever they playing, most likely is 5. And he over here strumming on guitars in his Nirvana bag. Feel me? Cool. Look, he rocking out. Eddie rocking out, looking like he laughing with him. He's playing PS5. Right? Look, everything about Eddie. Defense ain't got nothing else to prove, bruh. Y'all ain't got no more photos of nobody else, bruh. No character witness, nobody. Just all Eddie, huh? Nasty work. But boom, look. There's him and Eddie at a track meet. I don't know. Whoever said Schlovers and Friends on some Usher. I don't know, bro. Because that's all they showing is Eddie and him. You know what I'm saying? Look, that's him, Karmelo, and that's Eddie must be with the yellow one, right?
Can I hop in for 1 quick minute?
Go ahead.
All right. So at this point in the trial, I was actually in the trial. Eddie, when he first took the stand, he tried to make it seem he downplayed his relationship with Karmelo. But anyway, Toby Shook was the defense attorney. And after they went through the first set of questions and established, listen, these guys were really close friends. I mean, Uda, how many of your friends you have this many photos with? It's kind of crazy, right?
I don't really have a lot of photos, bro. I'm not a big photo taker, bro. So I don't know.
Right.
It's a lot of photos to be having with a person, bro.
Right.
Very, very.
So when it came to this photo right here, Toby Shook, the defense attorney, he told Eddie, he says, listen, do you know 10 days before Austin died that you guys were together, sitting together and talking and basically having a ball at the previous track meet? Eddie says, yeah, I remember we were talking at the concession stands. Toby Shook says, you guys were also sitting together on the field talking, right? He says, no. He says, if I was on the field, I was working out. And then Toby Shook put up this photo to show that they were actually sitting together talking on the field. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, cool. But look, that's 13 of the photos I just showed you, bro. All they came to say, this was they get you on the cross. 13 photos of Eddie and him. I'm like, yo, bro, what happened? What kind of defense is this, bro? He needed Mr. Miyagi in there then to defend him. From come on, bro. The hell is this? So they I don't know what this photo was when they brought up this in court. What was this about, the Mel? Because I couldn't see Eddie's name nowhere. Not that I know what Eddie real name is. They calling Eddie. I don't see Karmelo's name on these lists. I don't see Hunter Metcalf. I see a Hunter Williams here. I don't know why they put this up here then. Why is this
Karmelo? You see Karmelo's name is in the middle. Go up a little bit. I'm sorry.
You sure? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. I never
Yeah, there you go.
looking at this every day. I'm like, yo, why is nobody name on this? Yo, bro, I was looking at this 10 times, bro. I did a video and say, I don't know what this hell is about. Oh, Karmelo's right here from class of 2024 to show that he was one of the team captains. He was awarded a team captain or something. Okay, what was they trying to prove with that? I don't know what they were trying to prove with that, though.
They were trying to show his character and that he was actually a leader. And he's not just, somebody floating around on the team. He was actually leading the pack,
Okay. Hold up. Okay, so let's go through any other little things that we have. We'll try to just break that down for you as well. Where is this? Okay, cool. Let's get this over here. Boom. Stop screen share. Bang. There was something else I was trying to see, right? Was it a photograph or something? Hold up. Let me just go through the evidence on the files. Hold up. Let me see what else I have here. The entry camera. We could go back to the entry camera again. I think we should actually, so that we could kind of see what the hell had happened. It's this exhibit. That's just entrance. Oh, northeast entrance. Wait a minute. I might want to see that. Hold up. All right, cool. Let me see if I could back out of here and come back in here, and let's see if it pops back up, because sometimes it's been acting like it's not showing me. Okay, cool. Okay, this is the entry. What's even the northeast entrance? Let me see that. Let me see what that looked like again. Hold up. Where's the northeast entrance? Okay, cool. He bring that back up. Yeah. What time of day is this? Hold on, wait. So remember, the first entrance video I'm gonna bring back. Wait, but this is the northeast entrance. So let's go through this and see what the hell happens. Who the hell comes in the door? What? Hold up. Oh, my boy Kev. Salute Marathon Kev. That's my guy. Hold up. Northeast entrance. What's this? The different? What's the difference between his entrance and the other entrance? Who's coming in on this one? Hold up. Let's just try to see. I don't see Austin or nobody. Some regular kids coming by. Let's kind of skip through it and see. I'm gonna go to the other entrance video because we want to look at the sneakers and see was Austin. Remember, he's circled as being one of the first ones that walked in. So when we got to look at the sneakers clearly, and then maybe we can guesstimate what the hell happened. What does Karmelo walk in here? Or something on this entrance? Just some kids, some teachers, some kids. pretty clear. Let me just go through it real quick and try to see what the hell going on. This is a whole nother entrance video, and it's got to be here for a reason. It's not here for no reason, bro. They ain't just putting things here to put things here, bro. These kids are running, but maybe running to get out the rain, I'm guessing. Let's just skip through it. It's a couple more minutes of this. Other kids are running, obviously, to get out the rain, but people running with umbrellas too, though. Why is everybody running like this? Look, mad people is running. It's raining, though. Oh, what's that? Somebody got their hands on their head? Maybe the thing has happened already? Let's just take our time through it. Let's just see what's going on. Let's just skip through. People looking back, people running. Maybe
this is right after the stabbing.
Yeah, this is obviously it happened already. You could see, you know what I'm saying? I could just see the energy. So I'm guessing that this is after the actual situation happened. I seen guys working like coaches looking like they holding their heads and all type of shit like that. So everybody knows that something done happened for a fact. Look, other people are running to and fro. But remember that tent. But remember from the other video that I played, by the time Karmelo's being walked out, this tent that's up here is broken down and thrown over to the left. Remember that. So that's like right after it happened. This is all the energy that's happening because we still see that tent up, and that tent is not up no more after Karmelo's got arrested, cuffed, and he's being walked out, and he's saying, I told him not to touch me. So we see that the tent's not there no more. So the tent is still there. So this is literally after, in that little gap, probably. Okay? Let's just skip a little further because there's only about a minute or so left of this. Hold up. Do they even move the tent down? You see a lot of energy, though. See, they don't move the tent down. And that's about the end of that video. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So let's get this off screen. See cheerleaders running, all types of people running. All right, cool. So let's get that off screen. Let's try to get the first initial entry video. Since we seen the sneaker and I showed y'all the sneaker. So let's try to watch the sneaker and see, is Austin a part of the first 3 or the second 2? Okay, cool. All right. For some reason, it always makes me have to back out of here and come back in here for some reason. Hold up 1 second, y'all. Well, all right. Entry, stadium entry. This is it, right? Yeah, I think this is it. All right, cool. I think that's it now. Yeah, give me that. Pause. This is it? Okay, cool. Boom. All right, cool. This is the first one. They're circling this first person that's in the 3, though. Right? Why would they circle Hunter and not circle Austin? So is Austin a part of the first 3? Because, you know, it could be reflectorish on New Balance sneakers, kind of reflectorish, right? Because the sneakers are looking a light color, but we can see dark spots in those sneakers. And we see at this moment he's part of the 3. That don't mean that he couldn't have fell back to the last 2 and not have been a part of the first 3. You know what I mean? But this person is circled, okay? And at this moment, he's with the first 3. Whether that changes, because, you know, we talking as friends. I might, yo, what you talking to me about? I might go back here and talk with him. That could have all happened, right? But initially, walking into the stadium, they have him highlighted, right? But do they have Austin as well? Hunter, both of them? Let's see. Let's just play, okay? We can see some dark spots inside those sneakers, though, okay? And we're going to look for the next sneakers of the second person that comes in, okay? They had him circled. Right? He had on short pants. And they both was dressed the same way. Let me see. Let me zoom in on myself. Oh, no. These sneakers are totally different. Hunter's walking in the back right now. It looked like Hunter's walking in the back.
All right. So I'll show you how Hunter runs past him. I have the exact moment when you're ready.
Okay, cool. See what I'm saying? So they could have changed positions. All right, cool.
I'm on top of it.
So cool. So, but yeah, look, so we could get right to that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I was really trying to figure: the sneakers, the positions of the brothers, and like I said, they could have changed positions. So why don't we get to that real quick and see what you're saying of how they changed positions? Show us that.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta find it. Okay, here we go. So,
you gotta go back.
Okay, so let me go back here. All right. This is not zoomed in, but when they're walking around the bend, you're gonna see Hunter come from the back group. He's gonna run past his brother, hit him on the shoulder, and then he's gonna take the lead. All right.
Okay, cool.
So watch this right here. You're gonna see Hunter come running. He's gonna hit his brother on the shoulder and come right there. He is right there. He's running.
He goes in the back because he was walking with Carson. Okay,
he's gonna hit him on the shoulder and he's gonna pass him.
Oh yeah, you know how you do like that with his brother.
And then he comes to a stop. Now he's in the lead. Okay.
That makes sense. See what I'm saying?
I told you, man.
We just figured that out in real time, though. You see what I'm saying? We figured that out in real time, though, based on the entry, right? So I'm like, why they got him circled if he a part of the first three? But he changed positions, so we've just seen that happen. So we ain't got to argue about that. That's just based on what we see right there. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Facts. That's how we got to get through. And that's how I deal with court cases. We got to just get through it like this. You know what I'm saying? Forget what we guessing. You know what I'm saying? Straight. Let me check my email, see if the transcript ain't come through too, just in case. Man. Never know. We might have an update.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. So while you're doing that, I'll just take on a little bit so you can figure it out. All right, guys. So I already went through this before, but before we end out, I've showed some of you guys who are just coming in. I'm going to show you that Hunter, you just seen the guys walking in. Now you see Hunter takes the lead. You guys see the main reason for the show tonight, we wanted to show you that Karmelo came into the tent after the twins. There's a lot of people putting out a false narrative that Karmelo was already under the tent. But in court, let me first read to you the court statement, okay? According to the court, and what I actually saw the timestamps to in court, at 9:54, Austin arrives. At 9:56, Karmelo arrives. So that's 2 minutes later. At 10 o'clock and 48 seconds, the fight begins with Austin attacking Karmelo. And at 10 o'clock and 53 seconds, the suspect ran. That means Karmelo ran. All right. So that's the layout. The altercation, the fight only lasted 5 seconds, if that. Okay. So if you notice the gap inside of the tent, you're going to see Hunter, who is now in first place. He's going to walk up and sit right in this gap that's under the tent. Do you notice that, guys? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see Hunter actually go sit in the gap, and then some of the guys are going to sit below him. Okay? So you can see Hunter getting situated in the tent. He dropped his head just now. Okay? He's sitting down. You can see his head sitting right there in the middle, guys. All right? So that's Hunter's head that's forming that W. He's sitting there, right?
Yeah.
Now, that's very important that you note that, because in 2 minutes, all right? Uda, can you take over? My voice is shot, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can see that right there. Yeah, you can see Hunter's right there. He's kind of lined up with the 45-yard line. That line that goes all the way down, and it seems like he's like right there in the middle, maybe like the line right above the 45-yard line. You can see him right there in the middle. So that's Hunter. And then there's going to be a couple of minutes. You're going to see Karmelo walk behind them and take a seat behind Hunter. That's what it seems like. Because right now they're chilling. And for the energy that Austin had, because they said Hunter was, I guess, the initial instigator, the person that spoke to Karmelo first. Austin accelerated it by probably touching him after. And he's the lead, like the protecting brother, and he's the older brother 4 minutes earlier than than Hunter, even though they're twins. So I would think that the energy would be more up if Karmelo was there already and they just arrived to their tent and they got some old op in their tent that's from another team. What you doing here, bro? You got to kick rocks. So 2 minutes after they arrive, which is they arrive at 9:54, Karmelo arrives at 9:56. And then 4 minutes after that, the altercation stirs. So I think did he just walk by in there? Let me see what he did. Okay, something's moving and sitting over there. I think he's in the tent now. Oh, yes. It seems that way.
Back it up a little bit.
Back it up a little bit so we can see that the figure come in. Make sure that we didn't miss it. Because it happens. But yeah, so I think he passed in there while I was talking. Yeah, you see the figure right there. That's Karmelo going right there and sitting down. Okay. We can only think that Eddie is to the right of Karmelo because a witness testified that Austin moved towards Karmelo with a force that ended up knocking off Eddie out of his seat or off of a bleacher or out of the way. However, which one of those, he knocked him out of the way to get towards Karmelo. So in the inside is more Eddie's there. And we would say that Austin is to the right of his brother Hunter. And Hunter is in the middle where he was forming that W, because after the altercation, you'll see Hunter turn around because they testified that Hunter went to go get him at first, but then he turns around and goes after his brother to see his brother. So after the incident, when you see Karmelo pop up out the tent, you see Hunter now, because Karmelo was sitting behind him, turns around, steps over, like, you know, you stepping over a bleacher or he's stepping over something. Could have been book bags there. So when we see the scene, there's bags, there's all type of stuff there. He steps over, look like he's running towards Karmelo, but then he turns back down to see what's going on with his brother.
Okay, so I'm going to show them now. They want to see it closer, so I'm going to show them Megan again.
Show them Meg.
Okay, so you guys get a chance to see Megan explain it out. Here we go. So this is Megan Kelley's show. She explains how Karmelo comes in and sit right behind Hunter.
Close-up video at the top of the tent. You see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred. Karmelo runs for another team. Again, there was no reason for him.
You see that? So I'm going to show it to you guys one more time. This is a close-up. Megan is breaking it down.
Media journalist on X. In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred. Karmelo runs for another team. Again, there was no
Actually, when he walks in, you can see the backpack on his back, all right? If you look close enough, you can actually see it. You can make it out.
Journalist on X. In this close-up video at the top of the tent, you see Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred. Karmelo runs for another.
And also
of what happened under the tent. These were enhanced by Robbie Harvey, a true crime social media journalist on X. In this
right here, you could actually see Hunter's head.
Yeah.
Right here in the gap, you can see his little head poking up. And then you're going to see Karmelo that's walking in the background. He's going to walk in. This is 2 minutes after the boys arrive. So anybody telling you Karmelo was already there, they're lying to you.
Close-up video at the top of the tent.
Yes, fact.
See Karmelo Anthony walk in and sit down under the tent where the murder occurred. Karmelo runs for another team. Again, there was no.
Okay, so that gives you a perspective of where they're actually sitting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Also, I want to play this again with, if you don't mind it, I want to play this with Neek at Night. She explains the day of court where everybody was sitting at.
The other kids asked, why was he
I mean, of course,
for was there with his brother along with the other Centennial school for the track meet. Karmelo, he was there with his brother, and then Karmelo was along with Centennial at the school for the track meet. The coach sent a text to Austin that he needed them to step up and help. The rain began to fall. Some teams went to the buses, some were on the field, some with their teams in the tents. 6 minutes in the murder, Austin and his brother, 6 minutes before the murder, Austin and his brother entered the tent. You will see normal activity in the tent. 2 minutes after Austin enters, Karmelo is visible. He makes a beeline into the memorial tent.
All right, so you guys hear that? That's courtroom testimony. She's reading her notes. Karmelo walks in 2 minutes after the twins. All right, so this is consistent to the video. Very much so. What do you say, Uda? You want to elaborate? Okay, I think Uda might be tied up. So at any rate, I think that pretty much covers it. I'm going to go back to the original video, and now I'm going to show you guys that even after Karmelo arrives in the tent, let me show you this here. So Karmelo okay, you can see him sitting down in the tent. I'm going to back it up. I just showed you the close up. So that's Karmelo walking in. Now it's going to take 4 whole minutes before the fight starts. And that's consistent to the courtroom testimony where they're actually sitting in the tent and they're arguing back and forth and talking about this and that and your ass and this and that. And then in 4 long minutes, when I was sitting in court, each minute I'm looking, like waiting for the fight to kick off. And I'm like, when is it going to happen? And then you guys will get a chance to see. It takes a while before it does. All right, so I'm going to let this play. And so you can imagine Karmelo just sat down and there you can actually see his head set. So when you look under the tent, and even if you can blow it up in your spare time, the top head that you see to the right, that's Karmelo. The head on the left is Eddie. Below Karmelo is Hunter. Courtroom testimony, most of the kids testified that Hunter was sitting on the bleacher right in front of Karmelo. In the video with Hunter and his mother, he says that this strange boy walks up and he starts talking saying terrible things. And he said he turned around. Remember that? So that's another indication from Hunter's mouth that Karmelo was sitting behind him. Okay, so if you look, also, we're going to establish where Karmelo is, because when Austin stands up to attack him, you're going to see him go for that head that just sat down behind Hunter. So it's very easy to piece all of this together. A lot of people don't want to accept the fact of the matter because they're trying to believe a certain narrative. In order to make the narrative work, you have to place Karmelo in the tent before the twins get there. And I think it's heartbreaking for many that that's not the real truth. And I'm showing it to you consistent to the courtroom testimony. I think CBS actually has their own form, pretty much close to the transcripts. They took such good notes that you could actually find word for word a lot of the dialogue that happened, testimony, statements that happened in court. All right, so time is passing by. Look at all the time that has gone by, and there's still no fight. Okay, this is consistent to what these kids were saying. Collectively, they said about 13 times to get out of the tent. They were telling Karmelo. So this is all happening now in this 4-minute, 5-minute span. And then you're going to see a girl walk up with a yellow poncho. She's the sister to, I think his name was Jay. And I believe he testified that his mother was the pediatrician for the twins. So a lot of these details I had a chance to hear in court. And so that's why I cover these cases along with Uda. And it's very important that we keep integrity. We try to have consistency. And so, as you can see, Uda doesn't just take my word for it. He goes and does his own research. And if there's something off, he's not afraid to say, Mel, this is off, and then I have to address it. So it's not like we just follow what each other say, but he has his own notes. He went through the whole case. He's been on it. So, Uda.
Yeah, man, I'm waiting for the transcripts, man. So we get that. We're going to get this ironed out for real. This thing going to get buttoned up once we get our hands on that thing for a fact. But especially gauging what testimonies we've heard, especially us not being actually in that court, gauging from a lot of the evidences that was released. We just ironed out some things right here, just right now. You know what I mean? Him having what he know, he bringing up that. I had a question to say, hold on, wait, is he in the third or he in the second? Like, what's going on? And Mel had an answer for that right there. Boom, look, you can watch the brother run up. Okay, cool. So I'm like, hold up, Hunter in the back. That's Austin in the front. You know what I'm saying? So we actually kind of figured some things out in real time right here. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it's about. I think it's just about getting to the facts, not letting our opinions or our biases or anything like that, you know what I'm saying, move us, just getting to the facts of what we want, what we know. There's a lot of misinformation out here with this situation. And, that's why I'm just getting to the facts, because I'm in a loop with some of the misinformation too. It got my head on a swivel as well, you know what I mean? So hopefully we could just all just get to the facts, and as we get through, maybe starting with this, and then maybe we can start to figure out more as the days go on. Hopefully that transcript is up earlier than not, but I think we have to also wait for something of the appellate courts to speak on it, something as well, you know what I'm saying, for us to get access to the actual transcripts as well, you know what I mean, because I was actually contacted back by people from Texas that was actually in the trial that dealt with this. So that's what they said. So it's a few things that we have to wait on. The appellate courts will be involved, and then they will let me know how much I'd have to purchase it for, because they told me that I'd have to purchase it. And then they'll tell me how much I have to buy it for, and I'll purchase it for whatever it is. So that's what we're in for.
We missed the fight. Okay, here we go.
Okay, man, I'll come back.
All right, cool. All right, so now the fight is going to break out any moment, guys. You already see, you could tell where Austin is by the pole. Here he goes. He goes and he attacks Karmelo. And I'm going to show you the close up, but actually he rocks to the right, and then they rock back to the left, right? Now you see Karmelo ran out of the back of the tent, and in the place where he was, you couldn't really see Hunter before, but now that Karmelo ran out the back, you can actually see Hunter by himself. Now he's standing up. And if you look under the tent where I showed you guys previously, you're going to see Hunter run out the back of the tent right now. Watch this. See that guy moving up from under the tent? According to the courtroom testimony, he hears his brother screams he's gotten stabbed. And then he's going to stop chasing behind Karmelo, who's trying to get away. And he's going to hook back around in the tent. And everybody's falling down. You see that? They fall like dominoes. And then you have Karmelo comes down. He falls. Okay, I'm going to show you the close-up of this. All right. So let's go here. Okay, so here's a close-up version where you can see what's happening. You're going to see Austin. Remember, I showed you guys where Karmelo came and sat behind Hunter, right? You could actually see the peak of his head, almost like a Christmas tree. You're collectively seeing Karmelo and Hunter, who's sitting below him. So right now, they're both a part of the blob. But when Austin go and attack Karmelo, it's going to leave Hunter there by himself, and then you're going to see Karmelo at the top of the tent because he runs out the back. Watch this. Austin going to attack him right now. Watch this. He attacks him. Boom. That's the guy that sat down. Now he runs up, and now you see in that space, you see Hunter standing. Now you're going to see Hunter take his left leg, and he's going to basically crawl up out the tent. Look, watch this. Boom. He steps out of the tent. He hears his brother. I paused it. He heard his brother scream, and he cuts back around, and they all go falling down out of the tent. You see that? Then a guy goes and puts something in the trash can. Okay. You can see some of these details, and Karmelo was long gone. Okay. I'm going to drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and ask any questions, have a discussion about this matter. Now is your time, but feel free to come up. I'm going to drop this link. Let's see. Here we go. Because a lot of people go back and forth. Now's your opportunity. If you're a subscriber, you can chat about it or ask any questions that you would like to have answered in regards to this case. When you come up, I need to see you on camera, at least backstage. When I bring you on the big screen, you can have your camera off. I just need to make sure that we're dealing with some legitimate people here, not some sort of AI trickery and all the stuff that we deal with around here. All right, so there's the link if you want to hit the link and come up. But if anybody still has any questions, we made it very clear tonight. I've been over it so many times that Karmelo came into the tent 2 minutes after the twins, okay? 2 minutes after, that's the courtroom testimony. Courtroom testimony is Austin and Hunter arrived at 9:54. Karmelo arrived at 9:56. So hopefully this video has helped you to understand, who arrived in the tent. That's what this whole show was about, because people have a different narrative out there. And with that narrative, they're saying that 4 individuals actually came into the tent, stood around Karmelo, and then they proceeded to jump him after 20 seconds. But based on what we showed you tonight, when the twins arrived under the tent, Karmelo wasn't even there. So for the sake of being accurate, we're just trying to establish this point, because this situation, the misinformation is out of control. And it's dangerous to put out wrong information. It's a part of the courtroom testimony that Hunter did run behind Karmelo. I was there and I heard it. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but he attempted to run behind him, and I just showed you in the video. So you would just have to show me where you're getting your information from, and we can go from there. But he did attempt to run behind him. He was sitting in front of him. I'll show you again for emphasis, just in case you need a little bit more understanding. But notice, you're going to see Hunter actually run up behind. You're going to see it on camera here. Watch Austin go and hit Karmelo. You see the peak of Carmelo's head. I showed you when he arrived in the tent. Right here, he hits him on the head, right? Whatever he does, he pushes him. They rock back. Now you see Karmelo run. That's Carmelo's head above the tent. And now because he moved, you see Hunter standing there by himself, right? Now you're going to see Hunter run out of the back of the tent right behind Karmelo. Watch this right there. You see him getting up? He got up with his left leg right there. Boom. He comes back around, and everybody pretty much fall along with Austin, because this is the point where he falls down and he takes down a lot of people with him like dominoes. All right. Any more questions? You could also hit the link if you want to. All right. T Justice, you can't see it because you probably weren't here when we showed you where everybody sat down at. So you can use your thought patterns to come to a reasonable conclusion of who's sitting where, just as they did in court. Okay? So maybe it's an issue that you weren't here to understand, but I'm not going to go over it with you again if you're just trying to not pay attention. Okay, Ray Johnson says, hello, Mel and chat. Hopefully all is well. And well, tonight, some people don't accept the truth. It's hard for people to accept the truth. Thank you, Ray. But some people push lies and false narratives too, and that could be a big issue. But tonight, I hope that most people had a chance to watch through it, because we covered it. We went over this probably like around 5 or 6 times already, if not more. Okay? A power stroke, the death penalty was not on the table, so therefore That's not even an option, okay? DJ says, you said he attacked him first. Now you hit him. So what is it? I don't understand what you're saying. He attacked him first. There's no doubt about that. Austin hit Karmelo first, whether it's a push, a lineman's drill, or whatever it is. I think we're beyond that at this point, and we know how Karmelo responded. So what are you talking about? I dropped the link, guys. If you want to come up and have a discussion, the floor is yours. All right. So you can come up and check it out and see what's going on. Let's see here. Once again, they don't want to show the enhanced video, and you know why. The enhanced video they put out, okay? It's in high definition, okay? It's in 4K. But when they explained it in court, let's see if I can show you, because this is getting to be a little bit. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. This is for you, DJ. Okay, right here. I'm going to take you back to the beginning of the video. This right here is the 4K video that shows birds and rain and all that. But look how far the 10 is across the stadium. In court, they showed us that by the time they have to zoom in this 4K camera to show you what's happening under the tent, it's going to be blurred. The witness came in. He was a video expert. He explained it quite well. So that's basically the way that works. When you're trying to see something from so far, it becomes pixelated. Okay. So anyway, let's see here. Okay, we have Philip. Okay, thank you. Okay, Philip, how are you?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Not bad. What's going on?
Not much.
All right. What would you like to discuss?
Well, first, I would like to say that you did an excellent job on this case.
Thank you.
I'm curious to the text message from the coach to Austin. Doesn't that kind of give him the permission, the authority of the tent?
Hold on one second. Is that you playing something? Is that who's playing something? Is that? Let me see. I gotta mute it. No, it's not. It must be you. Sound like I can hear something playing in the background.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so let me explain to you what happened. According to what was said in court, let's see. The coach, his name was Coach Starr. He explained that basically Austin was kicked off the team. The day of, he sent him that message and says, listen, I need you guys to step up and be a leader, because they were falling behind. At any rate, that does not mean that if somebody comes around talking or under the tent, that you get to hit them with a lineman's drill. Okay?
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I just mean that
no.
was asking him to leave. Like everybody's saying, no, he didn't have the authority to ask him to leave.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, he could have thought that based on the email. I mean, everybody have their own interpretation, right?
Yeah.
So, it's just like kid. Listen, I illustrate it this way, right? Do you have your name public? Yeah, Mitchell, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if I go to your family reunion and all of a sudden I pull up and maybe I know you a little bit. We went to school together 25 years ago. I come up and say, hey, Mitchell, what's going on? Hey, Mel, you look at me like, what's going on? But then I say something to you derogatory. All of a sudden I say, you guys suck ass. Now everybody's like, hey, get this guy out of here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody going to pull up on me, right?
Yeah.
So I get that. I mean, at least the argument you're making makes sense.
But also, we seen from when we brought up the actual message, because I just brought up the actual message. So when we look at the message and him saying be a leader as well, because remember, they're like in like 12th grade or something like that, right? So you have younger guys. He's saying like, yo, y'all need to be stepping up. Y'all coming to celebrate your own selves. You're not celebrating with the team. There's other things that y'all doing. So even like, chemistry is a lot on a team. You know what I mean? So as the older guys, You need to be a representation to the younger guys as well by you doing what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And this is hence he sent Ramir and Noah to the district, which Coach Bass ended up saying, I'm gonna take it up on Monday. Listen, y'all bring up y'all stuff on Monday. We taking Noah and Ramir there. So even being a leader is in that sense as well, not just for the whole team, you know what I mean? Because it's a chemistry thing. And you have younger guys that's probably on the team that's in 9th grade or 10th grade. So be more of a role model, being elders in the team as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
All right.
I'll bring back the messages if you want to read that message. If you didn't see that message, Mitchell, I'll bring back the message for you.
No, I seen it. I'm just saying that, like, for him to ask, like, Melo to lead the tent, everybody's saying, like, he had, like, no right to do that. What I just interpreted through the message was where he said, you're a leader. They told him to set up the tent. Like, it seemed like the coach may have seemed like he even gave him the authority of the tent.
It could be, but remember, that's their own little space. So, if you're in your own little space, you may want to speak up for your own space. That's there. Not to say that Austin had a right or not. You know what I mean? If you coming under our tent, you ain't with our team. You know what I'm saying? You might just say something, whether a person told you to be a leader or not. You might say, yo, what you doing here? Like, bro, what? We over here talking about what we talking about. We might not even want you to hear probably what we talking about. It could be a bunch of reasons of why we don't want you to be here. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just about him saying step up and be a leader for him to feel the initiative probably to want to do that. You know what I mean? Because I don't think the coach was telling him to be a leader in that way to do that. You know what I mean? He was talking about what he was talking about personally, but maybe he just felt that he didn't want him to be there. So I don't, you know what I mean? We don't know Austin's mind at the time. He passed away, RIP to Austin. Yeah, but it seems like he did give him some initiatives like, you'll get the tent, do this, step up, make sure that you're being a leader, and make sure you're showing the younger guys some examples, because y'all coming around fraternizing and chilling and y'all celebrating yourselves, and you're also not celebrating with the team and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, you can take it either way you want. Anybody wants to take it,
Hey, Philip, I hope you lock in with the channel. It's nice to have you on, man.
I enjoy this kind of stuff.
Yeah, come up more, Sometimes I'll be looking for people to just come up and talk about anything.
Yeah, man, you got to come up and speak your minds. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, a lot of time messages get lost in translation. And if you have any thought on anything, whatever side you're on this, speak your mind on it. You know what I mean? Ask the questions that you think you want to ask. I think that's the best way for us to do things. Speak your mind. You know what I mean? Ask your questions. Put your things on the table that you feel you have disagreements with or you agree with. And that's all we can really do. You know what I mean? I don't believe in echo chambers. I don't believe in everybody swaying and moving everybody to feel or think any way in anything, whether religion, whether anything, bro. We all need to be able to speak our minds. So I urge anyone in the chats, anytime you get a chance to hit a link, try to hit the link. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't have to be on camera. You can have your camera off. We seen DJ Genesis. Shout out to my sister. She came up. She didn't have it on. So you ain't got to feel, insecure in those ways. But speak your mind, whether you think whatever side of the fence is that you're on, you know what I mean? Regardless of the fact this wasn't our family, this wasn't us, you know what I mean? So all we can do is just try to negotiate the facts. Basically, we're going to be speaking about what we deem the facts to be, whatever we have. And that's all we can do to get to what we deem the truth to be. If we don't think that the truth was there already in the court, then when we get to speaking about it, I think it helps us to start to iron out what we feel online, because it's a difference between the court and online. You know what I mean? So all we could do is talk about it, So I'm not judging anybody for anybody's feelings of how anybody feels about the whole situation. We just got to put your thoughts on the table. So you might be a person to put a thought out there and we say, you know what, that kind of sounds logical. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that for me. I'm just trying to deal with the facts and try to put my biases on, because we all have biases some way, somehow, sometimes in anything in life. So all we could do is talk about it, and just figure it out.
Yeah, Philip, I have a question for you. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Philip, would it have made a difference as far as the knife and what happened? let's say I just want to give you a hypothetical just to see what you think. If Carmelo was being jumped, like many people are trying to insinuate, would his actions have been substantiated or the proper proportion under those circumstances?
It's a tough call, but I would say if multiple people were beating on him, yes.
Okay. All right.
My
That's
only
what I,
problem with that is once you decide you're going to stand your ground and defend yourself, then once you stab the first person, you don't run away. You feel that you're entitled to stand there and defend yourself against all 6 of them or 4 or whoever.
okay. I see. Okay. I just wanted to know if multiple people would have made a difference because most people have a different perspective on that, you know.
Why do you
Some
think the defense focused so hard on Eddie lying? Like that didn't really prove anything for their case.
Well, being in the courtroom, I could just give you my perspective. They wanted to paint a picture that basically Carmelo came under the tent with a bad motive, and he basically dapped up Eddie, sat down, and didn't say anything else. Like he's just waiting to do something. That's what they wanted to paint. But then other witnesses came in and said he asked to get about the weather, all sorts of things, and they were going back and forth, like young guys do. And so that I think that's what this whole thing was about with Eddie, because the defense was trying to say, listen, Eddie was a catalyst. In fact, they said he was the nexus between actually Austin and Carmelo. And he was the one that actually encouraged him to get to, come under the tent. It wasn't even about weather because what we learned in court is that they sat on the road behind the tent. So he wasn't even under the tent. They were still being rained on or drizzling, whatever was happening at the time. So that's the general consensus of what happened.
Thank you.
That was a good question too, Phil. That was good. If your name Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good question too as well.
Uder,
Yeah.
it's me.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That's pretty good, bro. Pretty good. It's a good question. That's what I'm saying. So I urge people to speak up like how you coming up with your things, what you thinking. We got to put it all on the table, you know what I mean? So that we could start to, you know what I mean, weed through all the misinformation that's happening online right now. And just try to get to what we deem the facts to be or what we think, you know what I mean? Because there's so many things people are talking about. The video footages are edited. There's so many conversations that's happening, a lot on TikTok. TikTok is going a whole nother way with this whole case. So, but regardless, I agree with Shalov that it's sad on both parties, and I pray for both families. You know what I mean? That's a sentiment that I feel. Me personally, I have a son that's 18, going to be 19, would have been Austin's age right now, is Carmelo's age right now in his age group. And you know what I mean? So for some people that say that Austin just deserved this and he deserved to be out of here, for whatever reason, they're two young people, man. We've seen grown people make mistakes. We know I was young, I made mistakes. I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? So, I didn't want that for Austin, and I didn't want Carmelo to be serving 35 years. I didn't want that for both of those young kids. They didn't get a chance to live their life, to have children, to raise a family, to, you know what I mean, do all the things that we want to do in life. You know what I mean? So it's just sad on both families, regardless of the fact, because I know that they didn't send their children there for this ultimately to happen, man.
Right. So basically, what a lot of people are saying now online is that they were being jumped, or he was being jumped. And under those circumstances, that's the reason why he used the weapon, and he didn't really know where he was stabbing. He was just trying to get guys off of him. So what do you guys think about that perspective? Phil?
I'm sorry, what was that?
There's a big narrative going around that he was perhaps jumped and he didn't know who he was actually stabbing. He was just trying to get the guys off of him.
Yeah, but the defense never claimed that at all.
Correct. I'm just, just conveying what's out there. Yeah.
But I would
I
say,
stopped listening to the noise
okay,
3 days ago.
okay. What I would say to that is, Karmelo was the only one that could have really put, if there was a reasonable doubt to be put there. I think Karmelo would have been the one to put that there, because when he spoke to the officers, he said, I told him not to touch me and I told him not to put his hands on me. But if he would have been there to say, I told them or they, words, this little simple words changes a whole sentence, changes a whole paragraph. If he said maybe they or them, then maybe we could dive a little bit more deeper into that. You know what I mean? Though I told them not to do nothing. I told they, you know what I'm saying? That sounds a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the
So
defense would have made an opening statement like, we're going to paint the picture that multiple people, you know what I mean, were on him, and they never said nothing like that.
yeah, but the defense was pretty lackluster and pretty shoddy. Maybe they knew something that we don't know, so they didn't go at that angle. But I seen the defense doing a lot of things that they didn't drive home. Like they brought up in the initial, like in the opening arguments or whatever the case may be, they brought up that he used to go camping, and maybe that is maybe a possible reason of why he had this weapon or multi-tool or whatever you want to call it. But they never drove this home to say, okay, look, 2 days before he was going camping, boom, 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 he's an avid camper, or he doing this, or he's doing that, or it had multi-purposes. He drive a car. It had a seatbelt cutter as well as one of the functions. I think this one wasn't like a 12-function Swiss Army knife. I think it was like a 6-functioned tool, you know what I mean? Knife tool. The knife was a part of this tool regardless, but I know it had maybe a light on it. I think it had a seatbelt cutter and maybe had 2 other functions of it. But I just don't think that the defense ever drove that home. I don't know why they didn't. Did they think it wasn't important, or they thought they couldn't bring it across? But yeah, I think that's left up to the defense and how they defended them,
Okay, we have 2 cents. Would you like to speak up, please?
2 cents, salute.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up,
Hey, let me say this, man. Like, I thank God for my parents and where I was placed on this earth in the area. See, I could still be empathetic and sympathetic to people's things that they had to do. I grew up around it like the mother wasn't there, and the oldest brother or whatever used to go to the store to steal for them to provide a way. And I think of certain places, I mean, like New Orleans, Memphis, New York, Chicago, in different places, I understand. Might not condone their behavior on some of the time, but I look at this Karmelo Anthony situation. I don't want to live in a world because I pushed you. You would actually do that to me? That type of deal. See, I have to look at it from both sides, because if he can get away with it, why can't the other ones? And I know Black people's big thing is we know we commit crimes. We are pissed off about the disparaging in the law. Like, it's not fair. He did this, he did X, he did X. He gets a cheeseburger and goes home and some probation or whatever the case may be, and he gets thrown up under the jail. That's what we have a problem with.
Yeah, but the jury decided that's 12 people who decided he should do 35 years. It wasn't any, like the judge decided in that last case, the Allison one. It's a totally different scenario.
Oh, the law this is the reason why we have case law, and they try to use it and implement it. A good lawyer will find case law. Look, I know at the end of the day, the way I look at it, 35 years is insane. Insane in any state. I've seen people do way worse, and they get 25 to life and stuff like that. You're not going to talk to me as a Black man and lived all my life. I know it's not fair to us. So I do what I do and how I move accordingly, because I know when I get trapped behind the enemy lines on stuff like that, this is what they can do. I can only control the stuff out here. So once I sit in there and I have to listen to this and let somebody talk for me and all that, it's a whole different story. So we're not going to play like it's being fair across the board for Black people in the United States. We're not even good. That's not even up for debate.
No, we can never debate something like that. You know what I mean? That's not up for a debate. You know, whether we think, I didn't think he would get 35 years, me personally. You know, even if it went worse to worse, I probably think he'd probably get 15 or 20 years. I thought he'd probably, if it went all the way topsy-turvy, I thought he'd get probably about 20. But at the end of the day, you know, after he was convicted of it, right? And I was surprised to see that they was like sentencing him and everything was happening like in one day. It was like pretty crazy to me. But you know, the prosecution, because you know the prosecution called witnesses, the defense also called witnesses. You know, they called his mom up. She spoke about him being her eldest son. She talked about his remorse that he felt for what he did, even though he didn't get a chance to say his own remorse. And a lot of legal analysts at that time were speculating this before, while we were all waiting for the sentence. They were speculating that the prosecutors could come out and say, you know what, I think that he deserves this number, and I think that this is what a life costs, or something like that, right? But the prosecution ended up coming back, which I was surprised too. They didn't even say that. You know, they really left it all the way up to the jury in their hands and said, you know, I'm going to leave it to you to determine what a life costs and these different things. And he ended up saying a statement, something similar to like, you know, to excuse like a murderer or a person that's like that create a crime like that is like an injustice to a victim as well. I think he left like one of those statements, but he left it all the way up to the jury, you know, and the jury came up with that number. You know what I mean? So it's not like the prosecution told them a number. They literally came up with that number on their own. So, you know, pretty crazy, but that's what they did, you know.
It's horrible. Like, why not throw the Hail Mary? I mean, everybody, I'm not everybody. I keep saying everybody. Most people, I mean, you can understand a little bit about the court system. I'm well versed in it. And, you know, being around different things, I watch different cases. I do research and resource different things now this time in my life. I didn't do it when I was in my 20s and 30s. But I understand. I'm like, why not throw the Hail Mary? You know why? Most defense attorneys do not let their client get on the stage. I mean, on the court stand. Yeah, but I'm like, I get it. Yeah. But you needed in this case, bro, there's no way I would not throw the Hail Mary and let the kid come up there. I still have to remember, man, this is the doggone kid. It is crazy that now if he was 22, 25, that makes a difference to me. It makes a difference to me. But I don't stay in Frisco. I'm not staying around folks that don't like me, don't care for me, or nothing. I'm not that naive to think everything is all hunky-dory. I know what time it is. Someone should have taught that young man some different impulse controls or emotional intelligence. I ain't trying to put all the blame on him. Of course not. But yeah, man, I done got in all kind of altercations. But guess what? I used my doggone brain. Because if I did this and did that and whatever, it's getting calculated. Every time I'm going somewhere, my brain calculates. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, brother. Yeah, I see what you're saying, you know. While the trial was going on, I was thinking like, I don't know if he should go up, you know, because that prosecutor was cooking. He was cooking from the start, you know, and then when you get up there, even if you're telling the truth, you know what I mean? I've been in front of a lot of these prosecutions. These people are really good at their job. They could kind of chop it up. They could start to ask you questions, other fights you probably had in school, all types of stuff. They start to bring up stuff that maybe you're not planned for. They could have probably made him look wild on the stand. But then as the verdict came out and those things getting closer to that time, I felt like maybe he should have probably spoke for himself. Because then you get to speak to the remorse that you feel, you know, saying that you're sorry about these things, not nobody else speaking for you. You kind of get into the mindset of what mindset you was in, that fight or flight mode. You can start to talk to some of these things. Maybe the jury hears this, maybe they see that, maybe they don't give you 30, maybe they give you 20. maybe you get something different, possibly, you know, that was all possible, or who knows, maybe you get more. Who knows how it works, you know what I mean? But I think that for him, after getting convicted of that and charged with the sentence and given the sentence that he's given, that's something that's going to plague his mind, is that should I have spoke for myself? You know what I mean? Could I have changed my fate if I spoke for myself? You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing he's going to think about every day, regardless of the fact of what we think. He's going to think about that to say, maybe I should have spoke for myself. Remember, it already went topsy-turvy. So now you're just going to be thinking like, damn, man, what if I spoke for myself? Would it have changed something for me? You know what I mean? He never got a chance really for himself to express his remorse that his mother went, because right before sentencing, they called her as a witness and she went up there and speak for her son and towards her son. And she said that he felt this remorse. We could see that he's maybe whimpering and crying on the footage. We could see him having a reaction with the coach when the coach is talking to him. We could see he's going through all these warps, but we don't really get a chance to really see it and really hear it for ourselves. You know what I mean? So I think, I don't know, maybe he should have spoke for himself, you know? Sad, but I think he should have probably spoke for himself.
Hey, but if you really think about it, like, look, that doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. My mom, look, I know, unalivers and robbers and stealers. Their mama would steal that my baby, he would never do that. Yeah, look, that doesn't work. We know that. You can't play that game in 2026.
I agree.
You can't do that. Look, we needed to see that young man get on the stand and cry and all of those things like that. You would have humanized him more. He seemed like a cold-hearted unaliver by not doing that. So I'm just saying, I ain't no lawyer, but at the end of the day, I still move with logic. That's how I got through my entire life. Why not do that? Humanize that man and say, no, I'm a kid. Because you got to remember, he's a kid. Guess what? Who's going to tell him to get on the stand or not to get on the stand? His mama and daddy. He doesn't have much of a say-so in any of it. And that's the scary part. You, as a child, you don't really have much to say. You look, your mama, your daddy, your grandpa, and them telling you what to do. And now you got to listen from a lawyer too. I'm just saying, in hindsight, we all Monday morning quarterbacks. But some people know when you know, you know. I'm one of the people. I'm like, no.
I agree, bro.
They did something smart with Child, they didn't even have manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter on the docket. I was like, you are very cocky for not even trying to put that on the docket. They did that with Karmelo. Guess what? If they didn't find him of that M charge, they could have got him on the other one, the lesser charge. It was on the docket. They ain't no fools in Texas. I'm from North Carolina. I know what time they on in Texas. Bush and all them boys was frying people. But go ahead, bro.
I agree with a lot of that. You know what I mean? So what I've been doing, especially for these last weeks and stuff, especially since the verdict, I've been going through other cases that happen in Collin County, certain kind of things where people poke people unalive people. And, you know, a lot of people, few people that I was watching, some of them was white, you know what I mean? A lot of them were white, but, you know, people got 10 years probation. Some people didn't get no jail time at all. But what was a thread that was similar within a lot of those cases, that a lot of those people went up on a stand and spoke for themselves. Even one woman, Morgan Sims, who unalived her husband at the time, DeRay Sims, you can look up the case, and the prosecution was pushing for like 20-something years, but she got up to speak for her own self. And, you know, but the whole parts of the case, which was the facts, is that she unalived him while he was in the shower in the bathroom. Then she blamed it on her 2-year-old and her 6-year-old to say that they pulled the trigger. She left them in the house and went rogue. The police or the responders came to the house, found the husband in the bathroom dead on the floor, and the 2 children in the house by themselves. But then when she went on the stand and spoke for herself, she spoke to years of abuse and domestic violence. They brought up photographs of what eyes or whatever she had that was wounded, and she said that he's the one who actually struck her while she was in the bathroom, and then she went to retrieve the weapon and then used it. So, so reasonable doubts formed, but she was able to speak for herself. And I think that if she didn't speak for herself, maybe she white, she get away. But she spoke for herself, and her speaking for herself also created that other element of reasonable doubt to say, wait a minute, man, maybe he was abusing her. Maybe he was putting hands on her. Maybe she was going through years of this and this and that. So I just think that, a lot of the elements of reasonable doubt, I don't think was really brought across, be it the lawyers or be it by him speaking for his own self. I don't think a lot of the elements was brought across based on some of those things. You know what I'm saying? I think the defense should have did more and could have did more. They only did but a few objections. You need to object much more in the court, whether it's overruled or whether it's sustained. This is how you get it put on the board for mistrials, to see if anything is procedural errors or if the judge is being biased or any of these things. But it wasn't even a lot of objections. It wasn't a lot of motions being brought up in the court, things that you setting up for later down the road. When I was covering the Diddy trial, he had a wonder team of lawyers, but they wasn't playing. They was objecting all the time. When they was objecting, they was setting their motions out, putting them on the record, because a lot of your motions and these things, you have to raise them on the record. You have to raise them in front of the judge. So a lot of things, I think they kind of cut off a lot of things for Karmelo, just based on some of that, just what happened initially in the initial court case. So, his new team, they got an uphill climb. They most definitely got an uphill climb just based upon how the defense handled this case alone. They have an uphill climb with appeals or anything beyond that. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact, bro. Just based on what his defense did. I don't think they really did a good job. I think they did a lackluster job. That's just me.
Okay, any other questions or comments, guys? Anybody else want to join the discussion? Feel free to come up. I'm dropping the link for the last time. So speak now or forever hold your peace, right? I just dropped the link. Uda, thank you very much, man. You really broke this down tonight. It's amazing,
I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I just popped up just to pop up and just to listen. So I really didn't come to do anything really. But if I was able to do that and, maybe give y'all some more clarity on some things, with just the evidence, a lot of us don't have the evidences, at least the evidence that we have already. At least we was able to get through like the 911 calls. We even heard on the call, you said your Olsen tried it or some tried them or something. We heard little things like that on the 911 call. We got a chance to time the body camera footages with everything, with some of the transcripts or some of the things that Mel and a few people have been talking about the case, kind of put things together in our own mindset, try to kind of establish a timeline of how things were happening and stuff like that. So at least we got through some of these things, at least as far as the evidence goes in court. And I think once we get the actual transcripts, we'll be able to iron out every other little bump or buckle in this road right here to say, okay, no, this is what was testified. This is what witness 1 said, witness 2 said, witness 3 said. Okay, this is what the defense witnesses said. Boom. This is the timeline that was established. And we wouldn't even have to debate none of this because we will have the actual transcripts. Again, I was in contact with the court reporters. They messaged me back. They contacted me. We have to wait for, I think, the appellate court, as well as they will tell us how much I'm going to be able to, or whoever that will be able to purchase the actual transcripts and stuff like that. So I've been on a messaging, or I'll read you the message that they actually sent to me too as well, based on what they're telling me too,
Yeah. I've been through this whole who arrived in the tent first, maybe like 4 or 5 times already. So I did it tonight because I was still getting a lot of pushback, but it was nice to have you come on and also helped me to establish the point, because it's been quite the journey, you know.
Yeah, bro. So this is what they told me back. They said, regarding the inquiries regarding the State versus Anthony case, the reporter's record will be prepared in accordance with the Texas rule of the appellate procedures, and then copies will be available for purchase after that date. So I've been trying to lock in again. I've been in contact with them trying to figure out when will that date be, because, you know, everybody's swamped. I doubt they're going to be messaging me back. Who the hell is me to message me back out of everybody in the whole world to get it? So I've been trying to get the exact date, when that date will be, or at least a timeline, an estimate, guesstimate of when that, after the appellate court procedures go down, whatever they have to do first. And then we can establish that, and then we'll establish the purchase. I also been in contact with, I contacted also the lawyers, the legal representations that Karmelo has right now. So I was responded back by one of them. One of them responded back to me, and they said they really kind of focused on the case right now, but they most definitely will spin back and let me know anything based on that. You know what I mean? So that's why I ain't gonna say which one of them I spoke, because, you know, he got 3 new people that stepped into his case. So I've contacted all 3 of them. So I spoke to their firms. I spoke to them. But one of them ended up really reaching out back to me and speaking to me and letting me know something. So, you know, we're just trying to get to the facts, you know what I mean? So as much as we could get to, be it the new team or be it the transcripts, we're going to try to just iron out the facts. So that's all we can wait on.
Sounds good. Sounds good. It looks like we don't have any new takers, so
salute to y'all.
Yeah, I was listening to what y'all were trying to say. I was like, man, why ain't they hitting the link, man?
You know, some people's chatters, you know what I mean? Some people's chatters. But I urge y'all, like I said, anytime you're having these lives anywhere online, man, lift your voices, man. You know what I mean?
Bro,
Lift
you know you shadow man. You're like a mug. You ain't gotta tell me. I already know who you are. I done seen you before on the they done shadow ban your thing.
You know how it go. You know how it go.
I don't know how you get out of it, but I know I've experienced that with a lot of different content creators.
Yeah.
Some straight hate. You say too much stuff that's too real and let people speak about it. Yeah, it does that.
They did it to most of my channels, so I get it. They did it to a lot of my channels that I've had, you know what I mean? So it's cool. God is great, you know what I mean? Jesus is great, and you know, he gonna work his way out and work it all out for us and work it all out for me. So I ain't really mad, you know what I mean? I'm still here to speak to.
For what? Man, that's nothing. Hey, that's
it's
small to a giant. It's small to a giant.
Small to a giant.
Yeah, that's why it's hard for me to fathom that somebody push me and I pull my piece out or pull a knife out. I mean, but I know I live a different life. And, you know, I was always able to fight. I was always able to, you know what I'm saying, defend myself. I was small when I was in high school, but I had a brother and he had people. So if you touch me, it's almost like you touch somebody in the mafia. Yeah, you beat him up, but you know you about to get messed up. So everybody don't have that type of power. You give up that type of power when you leave and go to places like Frisco.
It's rough. It's still America, man. It's still America, man. Frisco, I believe you, man. Texas is crazy too. But this is still America, man. Regardless of what, man. It's still America. It's rough. I'm from New York City. It's been rough out here too as well, man. So, you know, we still in America regardless of the fact, you know what I mean? So we just can't even limit it to Texas or any place like that. Even though we know the South is a little different. Texas is a little different too as well. But we still in America, man. We still under the same umbrella. So, you know what I mean?
Perfect world.
Extend, you know?
Yeah, I understand where you come from, but man, we really do have to start, you know, teaching the youth coming up. Like sometimes I know you can do this, you know, like I can do certain things at my own house. I go to my friend's house. My mama and dad taught me how to behave when I'm over there. I don't do the same stuff I do over in somebody else's house that I do at home. You're not at home in Frisco. I ain't saying you can't go there, like I'm saying you can't go visit your friends and stay at their house. It's a teaching thing, and like I said, I'm almost tired and burnt out from the YN stuff. I don't really get into there business and stuff like that, I protect my circle, you know, meaning like nieces, nephews, cousins, and their children. But
Yeah, man.
I'm almost burnt out, but you know, I'm asking God to give me the strength to still try to correct someone and put them on the right path. A lot of people can do that. I can tell you, hey man, you look fly today. You might go to work and have a great day. I understand how far that can go. Me telling you a dummy, you're an idiot all the time and said like, man, I seen it. I seen them do it to children. And I know how they turn out. You think I'm surprised that he been in and out of jail and stuff like that? No. Man, we got to figure out a way as a community. Fix our community first. How about that? Fix our community first.
It's a long road. It's most definitely a long road.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes we got to see our battles, man. Not every battle need to be fought. You know what I mean? And you know, at the end of the day, was it worth it? And that's just things that Karmelo's going to think about for his own self. You know what I mean? He's going to think about, damn, maybe I could have walked away. Maybe I should have walked away. You know what I'm saying? Because when you go through things in life and you look at things, and hindsight is always 20/20 in life. You know what I mean? Especially you see the gravity of where things go. He might be thinking to himself like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, man, I should have just walked away, man. I should have just left, bro. It wasn't even that serious. I had something else I wanted to do anyway. You think all the other things that you had to do, go check your shorty, mad stuff. When you get locked up for something, you be like, damn, man, I was supposed to be here. I was supposed to be by cousin crib. You supposed to be playing Xbox. You think about everything else when the cuffs get put on you. Not even on no M charge. I'm just saying in a regular situation.
Right.
So sometimes we just got to be like, you know what? It ain't that serious, bro. Let me just move and groove and let me just, you know what I'm saying? But he's a young guy and I get it, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, like I said, it's a loss on both sides. Both families took a loss with this, you know, but the Metcalf's son is gone. He's never going to come back. Karmelo is alive. Regardless if he has that census or not, he is alive. His family will be able to visit him. They will be able to see him. That's what the judge said in court as well. You will be able to see your son. You will be able to visit him. You know what I'm saying? Y'all will be able to keep your bonds or whatever that case or whatever that is, even though we know it's difficult being in prison. But yeah, man, like I said, I feel sorry for both sides of the whole situation. And there's no winners in this case. You know what I mean? And to anybody that say that Austin should have been unalived, you know what I mean? I think that's crazy too. You know what I mean? I just think it's crazy too. I think they both kids. And, you know what I mean? If we put our own children in that situation, will we feel the same? You know what I mean? And they're like my son's age. They actually, I mean, my son is about to be 19 in 2 months. You know what I mean? So for me, as a father, I feel bad for them. You know what I mean? I just feel bad for Austin and I feel bad for Karmelo that he's got to get 35 years. You know, Austin didn't probably think putting his hands on Karmelo, he'd be unalived. And Karmelo probably didn't know him pulling out that weapon would get him 35 years, man. And that's just the reality of it. You know what I mean? That's just reality, bro. Sad, man.
Can I ask you? Oh, was somebody about to say something?
No.
I was going to ask you a question, but go ahead.
What's up? I ain't saying nothing. What's up?
Oh, okay. But here, look. I know it was a poor defense. I mean, he could have really, really got off, like not guilty type deal. But even if it was just adequate counsel.
I don't know if he getting not guilty. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm just saying, I know how it go, man. I've seen people do some horrendous things. You can get suspended sentences and things like that, and probation. He could have gotten that, but he would have had his freedom to a certain extent. See, I still look at the world a lot different than other people. So I can't push my anecdotal thinking and what happened to me onto everyone else.
But he also spoke. He also spoke, man. You know what I mean? So I was thinking in the beginning when people was like, yo, he fool for talking and stuff like that. I'm like, if you feel you doing self-defense or if you feel you in the right, then maybe you speak and you telling the truth. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But then I don't know, maybe that takes away some of the elements of reasonable doubt of you speaking. You know what I'm saying? You saying, I know how this goes. You saying certain things on the camera. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I told him not to do it. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's a young guy, and you know what I mean? Sometimes older people make these same mistakes. So it's not about a young or old situation because it's about being privy to the law. And a lot of people are ignorant of the law. You know what I mean? We don't know it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I think also him speaking on the camera also is some of the factors that also, you know what I mean, help to find him guilty too as well. Besides the jury, which they think, you know what I mean, he should have had black people on the jury. But not all black people feel the same. You know what I'm saying? You have black people that look at you and say, yo, you're an unaliver. You know what I'm saying? What the hell you think is the difference? You got older people. Then my grandmother's not like how we was growing up in the streets. She's not looking at none of that. She said, you smoking trees? Don't come in my house with your eyes red and all that. No, locking my door. She not on that type of stuff. She come from a whole nother timeline. She don't care about that type of stuff. She's not jacking it. She's not respecting it. Other people feel different. She black like me, right? But she different. You know what I'm saying? So maybe black people help to deliberate it longer. Maybe they help to do something. But, you know, you had that whole jury there, and I don't think that, you know what I mean? And you don't need all the people. It's not a federal case, right? So you need all the jurors to say something. I think you need a majority to really get your verdict. I think in a state case, you just need a majority. You don't need everybody because, like at the Diddy case, you needed all the jurors to agree on every count. That's how it is. And if we all don't agree, then it's a not guilty. So that's how that works in federal court to state court. It's pretty different. You know what I mean? So, and I just don't think it was a lot of swaying that jury, even if some black people was on there, bro. It seemed like people on there had their mind made up and they knew what they was thinking and they knew what they wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? So just being honest, you know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I mean? Maybe he could have had some black people on there, but again, they also had black people that was on the jury that said, oh, I can't see myself doing this and I can't do that. They turned away from the call. Not just the 3 people that was struck. They also had jurors that was black. They talk about, I can't see myself giving them this time or that time. So they ain't say, you know what, I'm going to be unbiased, chill, get through the court case, and then say what you say or do what you do. So imagine those people that just stepped aside and when they had a chance to be a juror and they didn't even get excluded. They got excluded on their own. Based on their own words, they got excluded. So imagine those people. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a sad situation, bro.
What you feel about this take on what you just said? Okay. I really do. When I say I in this case, I'm blaming parents. See, I know when I was raised, my my parents or my uncles and aunts, they would say, if somebody put their hands on you, you put their hands on them, type of deal. So, with that being said, they forgot to finish speaking and start talking about what if he 300 pounds and you 125. He pushed you. You teach him to be like.
You don't know. They probably
analyze the situation. Go ahead.
They probably did tell him, but at the end of the day, sometimes we raise in good families and all of that. People telling you these things too as well. But then you making your own actions. You sometimes got to take responsibility for your own actions, for what you're doing as well. You know what I'm saying? Right. Mom raised in a house. I bought a knife to school when I was like in 12, 13 years old because some guys were about to jump my friend. It wasn't even me. They found the knife on me and kicked my ass out of school and put me in a whole nother school. That's what happened, right? But my mother didn't raise me to do that and all of these things like that. Some things is environmental. There's things that's happening outside the house. Maybe I'm being secretive. Maybe I'm not telling my mother. So it's a bunch of things. Not all people that do bad things come from a bad home or come from a bad place. But at the end of the day, my actions was my actions. And I did what I did. You see what I'm saying? So regardless, I can't blame my mother for that. I got to take my own accountability for what I did. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to bring that to school. I could have said, you know what? And it wasn't even for me. It was for my friend. He was 6 foot something. I was 5 foot something. He came to me and told me they were jumping him. You see what I'm saying? So I done got myself kicked out of school. My mom running down on me, hitting me with my head upside my head for something that it wasn't even for me. You know what I'm saying? So I had to eat that and say, you know what I'm saying? Bro, yeah, I played myself with that, even though I had my right intentions, I felt at the time. But at the end of the day, how much time do we going to keep just blaming parents and not blaming the children for what the children do? Because sometimes we come from good places where they telling us the right thing and we just make bad mistakes as children. We just make the wrong mistake. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, see, the underlying word as children or a child. See, if a baby get into something, whatever, I always still look at the parent. You know, I just do. I don't look at a teenager the same as a baby.
Yeah,
You know, the baby ain't had no business crawling out the crib. That type of bullshit. I'm like, no, bro, ain't going down like that. I know what time it was. And look, my parents, they set me down, they talk about different things. Look, they taught me how to value my life and value others' life. Now, you could say, yeah, man, it look like somebody about to jump you there. Yeah, you grab a bat, pole, glass, or whatever to try to defend yourself and get away so you could live to see another day. I get that part on it. But what he did was just, what he did now, he did it. That's not 35 years. I don't think most people don't agree. We knew he was going to get some time based upon the judicial system.
I didn't think so, but he ended up getting that. You know what I mean? It's a crazy situation that he got that, bro. You know what I mean? I didn't think he was going to get that. You know what I mean? Me personally, you know what I'm saying? But
nobody did.
You got to stop blaming the parents for what the kids do. Like, I was at the Diddy trial. People was heckling his mom and his kids and all type of shit. Like, these kids, I look at Diddy's kids like kids, bro. I never been on Diddy's side. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. No one in Brooklyn likes Diddy. I'm from Brooklyn, bro. Biggie's my favorite rapper. See what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I covered that trial pretty unbiasedly and had my own open mind to the case, right? But regardless of whatever I thought about Diddy growing up or whatever I felt about him, I also do music, write music, and been in the music industry. I get it. And I never wanted to sign with Diddy ever. It's a fact. But at the end of the day, at the same time, I didn't see nobody weaponize against his mother. That's a mother. She's old enough to be my grandmother. His kids is younger than me. They kids than me. So I'm not going to see people in front of that court trying to abuse his kids, trying to threaten his kids, run down on his kids. They kids, bro. What the hell? This father did that. Her son did that, bro. Blame Diddy, bro. Don't be blaming people, moms, and don't be blaming people. Even though the mother could have showed them some shit. I don't know. But at the end of the day, you got to put that on Diddy, bro. Diddy did all that stuff. Diddy is who y'all need to be looking at, bro. Not somebody's daughter and trying to run down on somebody's daughter. You know what I'm saying? And try to weaponize against them. At the same time, I see Cassie moms in front of the court. People was running down on Cassie mom with them. I barked on people for Cassie's mom the same way. Yo, listen, man, back up off of Regina Ventura, bro. What you talking about? Don't ask her no type of question like that. That's somebody's mother, stupid. You dumb? I respect mothers. I respect elders. See what I'm saying? So it's not about that. We can't be blaming people for what kids just be doing unless you taught your kid to do it and you showed your kid to do that. Then you might say, damn, you did that. But if we don't know that for a fact, you can't be blaming nobody parent for what the kid's doing. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not saying they just get all the blame or most of the blame. I don't see my mind before when I was younger. I get what you're saying and where you're coming from. I ain't saying no, they don't get off scotch-free. I ain't talking about you raised a child, he was just good and this, that, and the other, went to college, he just had a wife, and all of a sudden he turned to an animal at 45, 50 years old. I ain't talking about that. I know for a fact, man, you know how many friends and family members I knew that the aunt knew where they were staying at or the grandma was there, he out there pumping. He out there, slanging. They know he out there robbing. But he was blessing them, so they kind of turn a blind eye to certain things.
I get it.
I'm saying I don't let him get away scotch-free because it was a point in time that when you don't say this or you say that to help the development of a child. So now I'm seeing how important it is because my generation is the one that birthed these people that had the people we having problems with today. I know it.
They probably did.
I know it at this point. This is why I still hate
Louisiana. They moved him from Louisiana to there, bro. And they moved him obviously for some kind of a better way and a better life. So, you know what I'm saying? And I don't see him as one of those kids that I was around growing up in my hood and they was pumping and trapping and doing all the other stuff. So I don't see him like that. And I don't see his family like that. You know what I mean? So I just think that, you know what I mean? Look at the kid that unalived Fulio, Sean. You know what I mean? 18 had his whole life ahead of him. Then been traveled all around the world with his family. Family was there from the whole time. He 18 years old now. He just got life, bro. He's sitting back, his sister up there crying about it, bro. He ain't come from that background, bro. He ain't come from none of that. He's square from anywhere, bro. But look at him.
He can't fool me. I know Baton Rouge. I know I know the state of Louisiana, the second in poverty in the United States behind Mississippi. Now, he was only in Frisco, keep in mind, for 3 years. He didn't change. And like, man, I go to Baton Rouge, I tell you what, and then go to New Orleans. You tell me their mindset, and you take that to anywhere. You already know what time it is.
I know. You know what I'm saying?
He
I know.
even got that
still good kids
mindset.
out there too, though. You know what I mean? Still good kids out there too. Squares. Squares everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know who he was before that, but he ain't had no record or nothing like that. They'd have brought that up in the case. So, you know what I mean? We got to go by what your record is, what you've been, because a lot of times where there's smoke, there's fire. So, you know what I mean? Usually the kids that's involved with stuff usually have some blemishes on their record, usually have some run-ins with the law, usually been in some altercations, some situations, but those situations wasn't brought up by the prosecution. So basically he didn't have some of those things. So not to say that he could have been a clean kid, ain't do nothing in his life, because a lot of things, you know what I mean, you could have got away with. I done got away with things as a young guy. So maybe not, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, you know, we here now. So all he could worry about now is appeal, seeing what that looks like, seeing what these new representatives that's representing them now is going to do to relook at the case or whatever the case may be. All he could do is keep his head down, try to just do his time for right now, try to be as safe as he can be, try to meet some good people in there that's going to help to defend him or help him in that place, because, you know, we got some scracists in there, some prison guards, some scracists, and people's going to want to enact justice on him, even if they think that the family got 35 years of justice out of him. People are going to want to unalive him. People's going to push him to unalive again, and people's going to try to take his manhood as well. You're in there with lifers. You're 35 years, you're damn near a lifer. You're going to be in there with people that are certified sharks, certified wolves, and certified booty bandits. That's what's happening in there. Okay. So all he could do, you know what I mean? God be willing that he get those kinds of people around him to help him, to bring him under their wings, maybe help protect him. Maybe he gets money with funding. Maybe he could try to pay people off to kind of help him throughout his time till he kind of could establish himself in prison. But it's a rough journey he has for him, you know what I mean? And that type of sentence could also be a death sentence to him too as well. You know what I'm saying? And in a place like Texas, in a place like down south, prison's hell anywhere you go anyway. That's hell on earth is prison. But he got a rough time, you know what I mean? He most definitely got a rough time. But salute to y'all. Gotta walk my dog. I love y'all. Most definitely love y'all. Salute to Mel. Salute to the chat. My boy 2 Cents. You already know. Salute to Phil on the popping. I like to see Phil popping up and chopping it up. I most definitely salute to you, Phil, too. That's my guy. I know Phil for like 10 years. That's my guy. Phil is my guy. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely was one of my biggest supporters on my first channel when I first came to YouTube. So shout out to my boy, Phil. Yeah, man, we're going to iron it out, man, as much as we could get to, man. Hopefully we get the transcripts earlier, and that'll just get a lot of the questions out of our minds, and we could just read through it and kind of break it all down. You know what I'm saying? So let's just wait for more facts to come out. I don't know what's part of the facts that I want to get into next. You know, got fake video accusations, all kinds of accusations. So if I'm able to always step up, I'm going to pop up and, you know, try to help y'all out any way I can. So Uda, you know, I'm on go. Shout out to my boy Mel, man. Mel, you already know it's love, Mel. You heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you. Anytime, Mel. Anytime.
Peace.
Different voices, but the same song. Living a world where we all belong. Kindness leading the way, breaking the chains. In the symphony of love, the thing remains. Embracing diversity, brighter days. of harmony, painting the night. United we stand in love's pure might.